Welcome everybody to Proving Grounds number 13. I am Siren. There is nobody else here with me whatsoever. I'm completely alone today. So
that's crazy.
Hi K-Bot. Whoa, what are you doing here?
Whoa! Hey Siren, how's it going? I heard you were about to do this whole thing alone, and I figured that I would join you.
Darn it. Got caught.
Yeah. You probably can't slide past the IPL crew that easily. They'll force you to talk to one of your friends. I don't know.
Was hoping I would just riz my way into a solo cast for the next 2 hours, but make you feel so awkward that you just don't talk for 2 hours straight would be great. And just watch me do it.
Imagine I just didn't say anything and you just like kept going with the bit for the whole time. And my name was just on the stream, and everyone in chat was like, "Oh, well, I see K-Bot's on the graphics overlays. Where is K-Bot? Who knows where he is?"
Does anyone really know where you are? Because I think everyone thinks you live in Ohio, but like every time I check with you, I feel like you're somewhere else. So I don't know.
I used to live in Ohio. That changed last year. I now live in Illinois. It's not that hard. I'm now in grad school. I went to a different grad school. Is that hard to comprehend?
Yes.
I don't. Oh, okay.
Yeah. You're a Splatoon guy. Who Splatoon guy, no school. Anyway, Stargaze versus Xpresso round 1, and I like this.
Should be interesting. I will say, full disclosure, I have not watched many teams outside of the Resurgence League since qualifiers. Because I've been putting like all of my Splatoon knowledge on these 8 teams. So it'll be a refreshing change of pace to see maybe something other than double crab get played all of the bloody time. So I'm excited to see what these teams have coming for us. And Siren, the other thing here too is that it's pretty cutthroat here at the beginning with the new format being single elimination down to double elimination top 4. So if these teams want to show up, they're going to need that too. Wait a minute. Why is there a team in this tournament called K-Bot's Kids?
Are they your children? Are they legitimate?
I had no clue that this team was signing up. Latios, Nishi, and 2 others. I literally have no clue that they were signing up. Okay.
I don't see K-Bot's Kids on the bracket. Oh, there they are.
It's on the bracket. It's on the bracket.
I'm scared to scan the QR code. But anyway, let's talk about the teams that we're actually going to be seeing playing in a minute. K-Bot, we've done everything but that. This is actually a pretty good round to start the tournament with, as far as the viewership experience goes. In my opinion, I can see these playing at a very similar level. And we are going to be getting right into it on Sturgeon Shipyard. We spent a whole lot of no time talking about them. But I think, seeing might be better than just discussing, and here we go right into it.
Interesting to see the triple ink strike out of Stargaze here. I guess they are trying to view the stars as those triple strikes just keep coming down from the skies and the heavens above. Looks like it's not going to work out for them this early. And the other part here is that if we start to see Xpresso move up, they'll get that crab tank set up. They'll have constant pressure with that machine as well. And their pushes might be able to be incredibly snowball as we get further and further down on this map.
And Avril doing a really good job with her positioning here. Up on those top right grates there is only going to be able to be dislodged by Arito with that Booyah Bomb. And that is going to stall the tower a significant amount. However, Stargaze getting in a bit of a dangerous position here. All these picks are coming one by one. That tower is not slowing down whatsoever at this point. So they're going to have to play this a little bit carefully, maybe play for the second checkpoint here and try and stop it immediately. But, you can never be too careful on this map mode, K-Bot.
I mean, that's the thing. Again, we were talking about it a little. This map mode tends to snowball quite a lot. And now what do we see already? It's another 2-down situation for Stargaze. Squib tries to jump on the tower, but Pincher is able to take care of that with the crab pinching between the wall and the ball of that crab. Hermit now good to go get down on the tower. Looks like we've got one more machine up for Stargaze trying to stop this one here. And the rest of the members of Xpresso have been backed away from the tower. And looks like it might get cleaned up here finally. And that tower will start its long path to reset back to neutral.
a very close save there for Stargaze, and that is going to allow them to get back into this. But of course, their approach into mid is going to have to be very careful, I would say. You know, you can see a lot of them from this top-down view just sort of sharking in their positions as they have all this paint down ready for them to go. We see these specials coming out from Stargaze, and just their careful approach into mid is going to still be stopped by Tiester there, getting that pick onto the tower. Pinger going to be popping this crab tank a little bit early on, and both teams kind of opting to retreat on this a little bit. Xpresso, of course, being very satisfied with their current lead down to 3, but this map is really, nothing is a safe push at all.
Nothing's a safe push, but I certainly don't expect Xpresso to assert the issue here at all, right? They're going to be quite comfortable keeping this tower in mid and preventing anyone from Stargaze from actually finding their way in. The most important part here is going to be trying to utilize those triple strikes to enable another member to run in, and it looks like they haven't found a lot of success in terms of that consistency in order to do that for Stargaze.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of these picks coming out for them at this point in time, and I feel like with this certain map mode, it can be a bit of a flip of the coin, especially when you have teams with such a narrow skill difference, such as Stargaze and Xpresso. Any small little difference is going to be everything on this, and getting this tower already to that first checkpoint is going to be the start of the push for them. Honestly, a good choice to me moving on when we have 2 minutes left in the game. And if they can burn through this first checkpoint, it's going to be really good for them in moving forward later on. That trade is not what you're going to be wanting to see here. And it seems just Xpresso was holding up a lot of pressure, but not playing this too risky, staying in the middle of the map, holding a lot of paint here, not really going for that knockout, understanding that they can hold these angles, and it's going to be a lot harder for Stargaze to approach that direction.
And again, that's the thing, right? This composition wants to try to hold things, right? It's got the crab tank, these booyah bombs to try to dislodge another member here or there. And especially on this map where you can really look at those two entry angles on either side here, and maybe you cover on over top of the spinner as well. There's not going to be a lot that Xpresso has to do in order to try to get this stall, get the hold of the tower, just like they're playing an extended version of Splat Zones here for the most part, preventing anyone from getting into mid. We're seeing them push this tower, but again, I wouldn't expect to see them overcommit here. And indeed, almost like the second that crab tank goes down, it looks like we're starting to see a little bit more of an engagement. And there's a two-on situation. Nice one from Xpresso there with that machine on top of the hill. And this might be the knockout here.
Yeah, I think the knockout for sure that we're going to be looking at, and when you get 3 down with no checkpoints in any sort of way, that is going to spell the end of the game for them. I don't think that's necessarily quite the reflection of how the set is going to continue on for Stargaze at the very least. I think maybe from here they're going to be able to adjust a little bit in their comps and take a look at, you know, different ways to approach the way that Xpresso plays. And, you know, with that map mode in particular, one push can be the end of it. So I think that's just what we saw, you know, a little bit of bad luck at the beginning of the game for them, and progressing into Rainmaker on Museum. This is going to be a bit of a weird one. You kind of have to play this really aggressively. There's really not a lot of good defensive positions here because you're very vulnerable to a lot of spots in mid, crab tanks, ink jets. There's just so many tools that teams use to push up on this, and I don't feel like when you're playing against a team like Stargaze that has a very strong, dedicated backline like Avril, you're going to be able to accomplish that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, certainly trying to sniff out where Avril is going to be important, and trying to make sure that you can mitigate some of those longer range threats. Oftentimes, those can be the anchors with Avril on that charger, but in addition, those could also look like things like a crab tank, right? Or like for the opposite side of the map. Xpresso had a crab tank in the last match with that V-Splash. They're going to need to find a way in order to prevent that V-Splash from having a lot of value with the crab tank when it gets on top of that spinner, or even just shooting into mid from their safely on their own plat. There's a lot of different ways that crab tank can be used as that long range weapon to prevent things overall. And so, you know, the other thing is, to that point, as that tower starts to come onto the plat, that'll be the real point where things start snowballing and picking up. And the reality is, right now, at least in the composition that Stargaze is running, they don't have a lot of stabilizing tools, right? With triple ink strikes. It feels so weird to say that over and over again. 3 sets of those ink strikes, right? they're not going to have a lot of tools in order to stabilize a push, slow down what the enemy team is doing, and instead they'll just be able to, in an instant, try to move them around a little bit. So we'll see what happens. Looks like some slight adaptations here. I like the heavy pick overall, especially for that wave breaker.
Yeah, I think that's a really strong pick on this map, and you can see Stargaze has adjusted their comp a little bit. I think those triple ink strike spam earlier was maybe just to sort of counter crab tank spam, and has sort of switched off that, realizing that they're dealing with two sloshing machines here, and that continues on into this game. Regardless of the fact, Xpresso is still winning these early fights in the game, getting 2 down onto the side of Stargaze, Avril being one of them, and that's going to clear up a lot of the defensive pressure from them, allowing them to drop this Rainmaker onto the right side and start sort of raining these shots onto the members of Stargaze. So they are going to be stalled out in mid by that Booyah Bomb. Hermit, of course, trying to play this really sneaky, but getting spotted out by Squib, dropping into mid here, and they haven't even really gotten a pick on the Rainmaker yet, but they seem to be setting up for a push, just understanding that the Rainmaker is in a really, really bad spot right now, and they're not really going to be getting any points on the board of any significance at this point in time, and that is going to be 3 down on Xpresso. This is time for Stargaze, so I'm sure they are glad that they prepped that.
Yeah, the timer runs out there in that Rainmaker free zone on that side, and instantly you see this Rainmaker get reset back to neutral, and now we're actually starting to see the engagement already come out of Stargaze here. They're going to be able to make that jump across the mid spinner and take the first checkpoint, which will be an incredibly useful boon even if they can't further this push here. Getting that checkpoint done and out of the way is going to be fantastic for them.
Yes, getting that checkpoint is really strong on this map. That allows them to play Rainmaker in a lot of different cheeky angles to get those extra points. I mean, it can be something that can be done really quickly, but once you have it out of the way, it's a huge weight off your shoulders for this map for sure. Once again, Xpresso sort of clearing out the mid, but you can see a lot of paint coverage from Stargaze on this top down, as well as them setting up, and that is an unfortunate pick onto the NZAP on the side of Stargaze here, and that is going to allow Xpresso to get that first checkpoint as well, and pushing up very far ahead of that Rainmaker. That is going to force them out of the range of getting that Rainmaker shot, and they are pushing this all the way up down into the 20s. That is going to be a very big push, all this map considering, and with that hammer coming out, Stargaze is in a very tough spot.
Actually, looks like Echo able to pick up the Rainmaker there as well, and now down to 17 for Xpresso here. But I loved how quickly they were moving across mid. They weren't really concerned with trying to sniff out all of the different angles and things because they haven't expected Stargaze to be doing a lot of sharking. They utilized that to their advantage, start pushing onto plat, build up so much space for themselves that the first checkpoint is nearly free, and then are able to slip that Rainmaker down to that 17-point mark, and even still, stalling on the opponent's plat here as Juster's up in that Booyah Bomb for a long while, will get splatted eventually, and we're starting to see Stargaze come on back through here and clean things up, but even still, Xpresso has bought so much time off the clock and a push down to 17, putting them in an incredibly advantageous spot in the game.
Yes, and I think Xpresso might just go with the same approach that they had previously, not take any too dangerous fights. I mean, with the size of this map, you can kind of afford to do it, but what would be the point in doing it when you're at this range where it's very, 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 very hard to compete with? You have double Booyah Bomb. There's basically almost no situations where you're not going to be able to stop the Rainmaker before then, but I think just playing the safe and holding that Rainmaker as far from their base as possible is going to be the play for them here, and that's exactly what we're seeing with them dropping that Rainmaker on the side. They're putting it in an irritating spot for Stargaze, where even if they win this fight, it's going to be an extra distance for them to move that Rainmaker to even start contesting the current lead that they have.
Oh my goodness. Look at how annoying Hermit's being here too as well on this brush, right? Doesn't necessarily, like, if there's anyone that can go in and try to be a little bit aggro, ruffle some feathers or something like that, it is Hermit here, just running in, taking care of business there, and we'll be up probably on the respawn in just a little bit to do the exact same thing. Now actually is deciding to play a little bit more conservatively, but finally the timer on the Rainmaker is going to run out here again, and Xpresso still has decent control of mid, although as I say that, it's a 2-down, delayed 3-down situation, and this should enable Stargaze to start a push, but will they have the engagement potential onto mid? You see the triple link strikes already starting to come out, Simon.
Yes, Snow pushing far up into the base here. They have that cooler buff going down. That Wavebreaker's going to come out. That might be able to spot out Hermit. They're going to be able to flank behind, get the pick on the Rainmaker. But wait, No, wait, they didn't. They only got a little bit of damage off, and now Hermit is the main focus of Stargaze right now. They've spotted them in mid. The hammer is going to be out. That is going to get the pick onto RDB, and that is going to be a 3 down once again for Stargaze, and that should be the end of the game with 10 seconds left. That Rainmaker is in Xpresso's base. I don't even think Stargaze is going to be able to get over there in time.
Not at all. Going all the way up to spawn, and that'll be the second game on the board for Xpresso. But well done by them overall, right? This team is playing well, recognizing their win conditions, and overall, their composition really supports the kinds of things they're doing, right? With double machine composition, they can, after they've pushed it so far, they can play much more conservatively with that little bit of extra range that the machine has in addition to those fizzy bombs. They've got a crab tank to layer on top of that, and then the brush can basically do whatever it wants, because if their last 3 are back and playing pretty passively, they'll be able to hold on to things there. So overall, they are playing their composition pretty much exactly the way that you'd probably draw it up, and they're doing quite well at that.
Yeah, I would say so. I think a lot of Stargaze's win conditions are getting those early fights in game, because we've noticed both games that, you know, Stargaze has lost the initial fight, and then as a result, Xpresso has been getting these really strong pushes and gaining a lot of early game advantage, which is exactly what they're kind of looking for. I mean, of course, in that last one, Stargaze did get that first checkpoint break, but after that, sort of lost momentum once Xpresso picked up things from there. So I think just Stargaze's focus for the rest of the set, if they want to stay alive in this tournament, is just going to be playing it maybe a little bit more safe, understanding how Xpresso has been playing so far, and maybe focusing on strengthening their defense and forcing Xpresso to play on their terms rather than the reverse.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, one of the other things here, too, is that when we're talking about, you know, I mean, I've said this numerous times over, I feel like, but as we're talking about how we're utilizing these triple ink strikes, right, which seems to be a staple of what Stargaze is running. Maybe 3 of them doesn't work, but they still had 1 in the last match, right? Really, what we're looking for is trying to enable another one of our players to get in, much less expecting, you know, the strikes to come up with a random splat. Right? At the end of the day, maybe it stalls out the Rainmaker for a little bit. Maybe it comes up with a splat or pushes an enemy player back. But the more critical part is that if you're gaining territory by actively having someone run forward in those strikes, the same way that you might have someone run forward in a Booyah Bomb, the better, in my opinion, right? So that's the other thing that I'm really looking for Stargaze to start doing, is playing off of those strikes and gaining some territory for themselves, keeping up that pressure and trying to be a little quicker with how they are translating on some of these things.
Definitely. So we are looking at Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge here. Oh wait, I'm lying. That is Clamblitz. I don't know why I thought it was Rainmaker. We just did that. Yes.
Oh, it's all right.
So it is going to be a mad dash for mid to get that sort of paint control, that clam control for both of these teams. Once again, Xpresso probably going to be playing this a lot more aggressively. We're seeing RDB and that T-Tech on the side of Stargaze going to be grouping up together, staying away from Pincher's Crab Tank, but all these specials coming out from Xpresso means somebody is going to have to go down. And unfortunately, in this case, it is going to be the entirety of Stargaze. So this should spell a very early push for them, and that could be very easily snowballing into a knockout if Stargaze is not careful about how they come out of spawn.
You're already starting to see how far forward the members of Xpresso move. There's the Booyah Bomb out to try to scatter some of those members, and you saw trying to utilize some of that space as the members of Stargaze were scrambling, and now there's only 1 member up still. We're going to see Xpresso throw in even more clams at this point. The jumps are going to start to come in as well, and a beautiful lucky clam spawn comes out for them right on top of there. Passing these clams to one another and getting this basket even further down. It looks like another 2 members go down on the front lines there to that rush of Hermit. And so we're already seeing a fantastic lead for Xpresso. Seen this newer times before. They might actually go for the knockout here with the Booyah Bomb re-engaged. Pincher tries to go in, doesn't quite find everything that they need to, and now it's only the final machine left standing. Tries to get dove on here by a few of the members of Stargaze, but will get 1 for the road. Fantastic opening push here down to 8.
Yes, and that basically leaves Stargaze in this territory where they're going to have to get a knockout just to stay alive in this tournament whatsoever here. This is match point, K-Bot. They are looking at a power clam here. They still do have that pity clam under the basket, and that is going to be so unfortunate. Two going down at the exact same time for Stargaze. That is not what you want to be seeing here. That could very well become a full wipe if they are not mindful of where they're coming in from here. Arito going to go for these angles here under that basket as well. They are going down a little bit. Very, good wave breaker on the side of Stargaze, I would say. That's trying to prevent the members of Xpresso pushing up too far into their base. It's more of a preemptive one, and you know, just understanding that they're going to run forward the second they see a couple picks, and that's, you know, a good position for that overall.
The wave breaker itself was fantastic, but where's the follow-up? If I'm Stargaze, I want to go in. I want to try to get them taken care of before Xpresso can restabilize their position, because the second that wave breaker went away, all of a sudden Xpresso's knocking on the door again, and here they come. Pincher pop of this crab tank as well, looking to enable the rest of this to come through. The machines trying to prevent them from actually doing much of anything, and Arito will be taken down by that 10 attack splatter shot, so no additional points on the board here for Xpresso. But again, Stargaze, we've got to start playing with just a little more pace, and maybe the tactical are going down here in a moment will help them do just that.
Yes, that wave breaker once again going to be doing a good job of taking out another member of Xpresso. Once again, they're still got, you know, no points on the board whatsoever, and they're basically going to have to knock out that game. That tacticooler is going to be coming out for them as well. They still have a pity can. They still have a pity clam, if I remember correctly. Squib getting that blind kill onto Hermit. That is going to allow them to get more space, but unfortunately not just able to in that time. It looks like Tiester had snuck into their base and was just causing havoc in that, and that is going to be the knockout for Xpresso. Just strong pushes the entire game, not really letting, you know, Stargaze move past the center pole of that map whatsoever.
Yeah, and critically, you know, when there wasn't a special out on the map, Xpresso was able to do whatever they wanted to, right? Without that wave breaker out, without the triple strikes out, or something of the sort, Xpresso was able to continue maintaining some level of presence underneath that basket, push around that corner, and overall take care of business. It felt like Stargaze sometimes wasn't exactly all on the same page, weren't exactly pushing things out together, and weren't really having the same level of special coordination I'd like to see come out of them. Because even if there's anytime there's a special on the map, you can play off of that. And I think some of the members of Xpresso were doing that quite well. But at the end of the day, we wouldn't see a lot of that come out of Stargaze, and in some cases it'll be more difficult for them to do based off of their weapon composition. But even still, the opportunity presented itself a few times, and then had some unfortunate firefights. That 2 down to the single crab tank explo shot, right? That deals 90 damage, which always just hurts to get hit by, and it hurts doubly so when you're losing it to losing 2 members to it. But nonetheless, good stuff from Stargaze. Like to see them continue and improve. And of course, Xpresso played quite well. We'll see how far they end up making it in the bracket here.
Definitely. We'll be moving into the next round very shortly. And I am quite surprised with how things went this time around. Initially, I was under the impression that we were going to be seeing some Glooga gameplay coming from Yeet, but looking like he's absent tonight for the tournament. And that's okay. I think the roster still shines very well. But I was anticipating a little bit. But from what I've heard, we might be seeing some Gloogas in the next set, which is, I believe, going to be a LYRE versus Take Your Meds, which is a couple newer teams. I believe I haven't seen LYRE in tournament yet. I think they might be a pickup, but that is a very cool
LYRE
pickup.
That is, you're a liar on that one, Siren.
I'm a liar?
I'm gonna call
is it
you
a real
that.
team?
You're a liar. It is a real team. They got second in SAC Season 5, which was in Splatoon 2. So this team has been around for a little while and have continued to kind of go up the ranks. Their
logo on Battlefy is like cup noodles. I was like, no actual team is gonna come into the tournament with cup noodles as their. That was what threw me off.
Nope. They definitely came into the tournament with cup noodles.
I think now my old lady memory is coming back to me now that you're saying they were in SAC. Yeah. I'm starting to remember things.
There you go. It's difficult to keep track of all of these teams, right? But that's the way it goes. So excited to see what LYRE brings to the table here. Of course, this team's been around for a while. Have to imagine they've developed a lot of synergy with each other. And then, of course, Take Your Meds. On the flip side of that, relatively new team, right, that has just kind of come forward for this event. Of course, you all are probably on this stream familiar with Fusion, who has constantly commentating Proving Grounds and will be commentating for us later tonight as well, assuming that their team ends up getting knocked out of the bracket at some point.
No. That's why Lux is there.
Oh, right.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
So that way,
So regardless, even if we see Take Your Meds in top 4, which I guess fingers crossed. I'm going to be biased now before the gameplay starts. Fingers crossed that they do make top 4. Then we will be seeing Lux playing with them instead of Fusion.
Interesting there. So we'll see exactly what comes of this. It does sound like that LYRE's Gluga is playing. I think it's LYRE's Gluga. But I don't know for sure. Out of the players that are playing the lobby. And so we'll see what else happens and what else comes of this one. Obviously, these teams looking to jockey for position, and I have to imagine these teams have completely different identities. And indeed, we see the Gluga dualies come out here, and we're seeing a lot of other fancy weapons come out of Take Your Meds.
For a second there, I thought Fusion was on the splatter shot, but of course, we're seeing these regular Take Your Meds comms. We have Greg on the shot, that bamboo, which is very unique, I would say, to their roster at the moment. You don't really see it too often nowadays, but of course Leo is a very dedicated bamboo main, is going to be playing it on almost every single map mode, aside from the ones that bamboo isn't that great at, which I'm not really sure which ones those are, but hey, game is happening. 3 down on the side of Take Your Meds. They are going to be counter-pushing this Rainmaker and probably getting that first checkpoint off of this if this Try-Zuka isn't able to get that pick, but like, how that took 3 shots is beyond me.
Oh, Greg has to pop the Zuka in order to try to save the Rainmaker. Had a cheeky shark the entire time there, by the way, and then was able to do that. Now it looks like, though, even still, LYRE's going to be able to get the dunk on the Rainmaker. And I don't know if this is Eva or Ava or what it is. I don't know how to pronounce her name, but this player's going off right now in the Flings Roller. Multiple shots of Flings missiles and can pick up the Rainmaker too. Hello? Now pushing it down to 46 for the team here. And it's looking like the push might start to slow down at this point with a lot of their specials already worn down. Okay, wait a minute. Another double? What happened there? There's the wipeout. I don't even know what's going on, but LYRE's just going to take the dunk in game 1.
Can we talk about that Rainmaker gameplay for a second here? Like, that was a 5-kill streak coming out of Ava on that Rainmaker. Of course, one of those kills was before they actually picked up that Rainmaker, but getting 2 and then 2 again on top of that, that just sealed the deal for that game. My goodness.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, though it was the missiles that was able to capitalize on potential confusion out of Take Your Meds there early, right? Able to come up with 3 off of that missile push. And then wasn't afraid to keep walking forward on the Flingza Roller. Normally, Flingza Roller, not necessarily known for being a weapon that can actually end up killing things, but in this case, was able to come up with 1 or 2 beforehand, and then picks up the Rainmaker is an absolute beast with, like, near perfect shot placement that makes Take Your Meds looks like they were scrambling the entire time. Fantastic stuff to watch there out of Ava from LYRE, and Take Your Meds kind of have to go back to the drawing board here, although might not need to worry much about very strong pushes given we're on Clam Blitz, and certainly don't have to worry about the Rainmaker bazooka shots.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to be pretty careful on this map. It is Mako Mark Clam Blitz. It's a very tight space. You know, one push is going to seal any sort of score, basically. It's so small that, like, I don't know where I was going with this statement, but now I feel like I'm like dissing Mako Mart by calling it small. Like, you so small, you can't even reach the top cupboard. Ooh.
But I mean,
this map is small.
It is small, and that's the point that I say that, like, hey, look, you don't need to worry about those, like, constant pushes that come out, right? You're probably going to be able to sneak your way in, get a little bit done, and then you're going to be able to back away to safety relatively quickly because those Clam Blitz baskets are pretty close to one another on this map, and you don't have to worry about going a long distance or turning around a corner or something of the sort like that. So, you know, I think this might be something where we can start to see some of the range of Take Your Meds come out to play, right? We see the Rapid Blaster, we see some of the other things that they're working with here. And maybe we'll see them continue to stabilize things a little more. Okay, no, as I say that, they completely switch up their composition. No more Rapid Blaster. Still the Mini, though, and an Explosher coming out paired with the Tri Nouveau.
Yeah, I totally understand that as a Rapid main myself, not to play that on this map. It has a very hard time dealing with a lot of bomb pressure that people really tend to go for in this map. That Flingza is an insane pick coming out of Ava. I did not expect them to change that whatsoever, as once again, tight map, 10 missiles, you don't have a lot of places to run from them. You're probably going to walk on top of your teammates and just get a pick. You know, you're going to be playing PvP on your own team with this. So Ava spotting out that flank coming out of Fusion on the side of their stack here. They're going to be building up these missiles at the same time as just intimidating Fusion out of this area, as you can see here. Not a lot happening objectively overall in this game, just a lot of picks looking for the first advantage from both teams, and just out of ink in the worst time possible is going to allow Fusion to get that pick over Ava, and is flanking on this right side here with a few clams in tow.
I will say, the first opening minute there, heavily in favor of Take Your Meds on the KA scoreboard at the end of the game. Most of those fights ended up going in the favor of Take Your Meds. Like I said, if they can stabilize their position, use a little bit more of their range advantage, it looks like LYRE is just playing incredibly aggressively, and Take Your Meds was not ready for it in game one. We'll see if they're making the necessary adjustments, because now here comes LYRE. Booyah Bombs already getting thrown the direction of the Clam Blitz basket. You have to imagine they're going to push a 2-squid advantage on the map.
Yes, getting stuck in that Toxic Mist is not going to stop a Doolies as they get under that basket. Glooga's, of course, using that huge roll for their advantage here, spotting out Greg on that side there, but getting wonderfully spotted by Steffi. That is going to clear out that basket area, and I'm not gonna lie to you, K-Bot, like, seeing these 80 pushes in Makomar is kind of absurd. You don't really see pushes that small ever happen, and the fact that we're even seeing an 81 score at all is just kind of weird to me.
Yeah, I mean, only one power clam going in for both teams is a little strange here, but nonetheless, it does prove that both these teams are thinking about how they're actually clearing out their opponents, right? They're not afraid to push back in, try to team up and single out one specific member, and so we're playing a very defensive game back and forth, where not many opportunities for those pushes to come in are had, but there might be another one here out of Take Your Meds, as Fusion is already starting to move forward. They're able to find one before getting taken out. You see Greg start to move forward here as well, and here comes some more, but again, a little bit of mispositioning on the readjustment, and it's going to be quick and easy cleanup for LYRE, not letting Take Your Meds get too far ahead in this game.
Yes, a push down to 58 is not really a huge dent overall, I would say. Ava is going to be moving up here, collecting all these clams, being an awesome objective player overall, has these 10 missiles ready, is going to wait for their teammates to sort of prepare alongside of them, and we can see sort of waiting out the specials of Take Your Meds, getting that great pick onto Greg. That should start things out momentum-wise for them. That Toxic Mist is going to slow things down once again, and they are playing this super aggressively, but we're not really seeing any sort of objective rewards coming out of it. A lot of time being burnt here, just trying to get the ideal moment to get that proper push instead of just starting it early like in the last couple ones we saw, and that is going to pay off as they do get that full wipe, and sure enough, this has got to be the lead.
You see the last power clam jumping in here. That one will find the basket and connect, taking the lead for LYRE, and now Cactus forced it back on away. 3-down situation here out of Take Your Meds as well, but no clams on the map and no one else around for LYRE means that barrier is going to go back up. Fantastic push, good patience from them as well. basically baiting Take Your Meds into starting to approach and push the fact that they were able to hold, and then they started to re-engage on top of that. But now they're going to have to be careful. They go another 2 members down, and Take Your Meds is going to start building up their space and building up the clam economy in mid, starting to work towards that basket.
And we see Leo playing very aggressively on that Explosher. Is going to have to back off a little bit, losing that fight there. Going 2 down for Take Your Meds is not what they want right now. With 30 seconds left in the game, if they lose that power clam, they are in danger. Being smart enough to not pick up the one under the basket, I believe that one is going to be sitting there indefinitely until they touch that. So kind of waiting for LYRE to maybe get a little bit greedy, try and get a bigger push here. And 3 down is going to be coming out of that. I'm not even sure how that happened, but Gray got one of them for sure.
See, again, it looks like LYRE trying to play a little more aggressively, and sometimes if Take Your Meds is successful in doing what they want to, they'll be able to sniff out some of that. But now we're in overtime. Take Your Meds, even though they got 3 down, didn't seem to really fully push the issue. And now a few of the members of Take Your Meds goes down. It's only Fusion, tacticalered up, but immediately is going to get collapsed on by the rest of the team of LYRE. And it'll be LYRE to take game 2 as well.
A great response coming out of LYRE in the last few moments of the game there. You know, going 3 down is always rough on this one, but they were still able to uphold their position, not play too greedy and avoid that full wipeout, and staying in just the ideal position to stop anything from Take Your Meds, and that really came out for them in that moment.
Yeah, and you know, again, being able to capitalize on some of the things that they were able to do, right? LYRE, the one thing I've noticed so far is just how fast they're moving, right? Anytime that there's a 2 down or 3 down situation, they're pushing that advantage. They're looking for the last member, and they've got a lot of weapons that can help them do that. Most notably, even those Gluga dualies, right? Trying to set up space, and then can even drop back and stall for a little while, then has the Booyah Bomb ready to throw that out, or force around that final member or what have you. So many strong tools in the hands of LYRE here in order to try to make those sorts of things happen. And again, right now, they're just playing too fast and playing too well to capitalize on some of those advantages, whereas Take Your Meds still hasn't fully gotten to slow the game down, I think, as much as they would like. And I think that's probably fair on a map like Mega Mart. We'll see if they can try to do that here on Splatzone's Hagglefish and try to use some of their range advantages to try to keep the members of LYRE at bay.
Yes, I think this is another one of those maps that can be a little bit lockout heavy. It's quite hard to do, but once you're in that position, it can be kind of difficult for your opponents to get out of that. And also, I can hear the game. I'd love to see it.
We'll get there.
Wait! Oh no,
I
it just
think
made the audio. Yeah, we got trolled by the audio. Oh my goodness. Yeah. The audio played the game starting noise. Why would you guys have that in here? I'm gonna flame IPL. I swear. Don't Troll. You
Debated. Debated.
Why would you do that?
It's okay. You know, these things happen. It's only Proving Grounds 12 at this point. We've only done this 12 times, so, you know.
We should play Mario 3 music. We should play Donkey Kong Country music.
Top Gun now in the stream chat typed in all caps, why do we play Splatoon music anyways? Can we play Mario
Everyone's
3
been saying
instead?
That, Pop Gun. I thought you were the boss here.
I don't think they've been saying
Why
the
are you
Mario
the one
3 music.
Oh.
Well, Pop Gun's not the one in charge of production. And also, not many people have said the Mario 3 music part. But anyway, we're getting in the game here. You see a lot of that range. Again, I want to see if LYRE can slow things down. If Take Your Meds can slow things down, because LYRE, I imagine, will come out with that same level of aggression. You already see that as Rhino's able to take off the Explosher.
I looked away for 1 second, and 3 of the members of LYRE were down, and somehow they got the zone cap anyway. Like, what is happening?
Inning path on top of the zone, and that's about it. We're seeing trades back and forth. I think a large part of that is because of the number of longer range weapons that we're seeing come out, right? Those Gluga dualies, the Flingzo roller, VDS, then you even pair that along with some of the Inkazukas that are coming out as well. And all of a sudden, we've got a lot more range than I think a lot of people are used to dealing with. Most of the time, your longest range weapon you're dealing with is like that sloshing machine, right? But here, these players are playing, and it looks like even Take Your Meds have picked up the pace more in this game as well. Now utilizing that inkjet to help try to assert their advantage, and we're seeing a lot more of these long-range firefights.
Yeah, I think Take Your Meds sort of playing the safe game at the beginning here, trying to wait for a moment of advantage so that they can take these fights that they know they can win. With that being said, that is not what just happened. LYRE is going to be taking 2 down on the side of Take Your Meds, going to be moving up here, trying to get into this lockout position as I discussed beforehand, and try and seal the deal for the set. Not really backing too far out of this, just spotting out where Take Your Meds is coming in from, still getting these picks, and going to be rotating back and playing very smart, and just staying alive is really the key to longevity in Splat zones, I would say.
Yeah, and, we're not seeing LYRE push things too far ahead. Now the Inkjet is going to come out here, forcing the Crab Tank back and maybe start to engage with some of the other members, but only Cactus has gone down. You see the Waybreaker out as well, but that'll get neutralized by some of the members of LYRE. And now all of a sudden, 10 ticks the timer left to go here. Rhino's on the far side, looking to flank from behind here, surprising some of the members of Take Your Meds. And LYRE still has control of the zone now, even though it's 2 down. Will they be able to find the cap in time? They do, buying just a moment here for Take Your Meds to have a little bit of a breather, but they've got to find a solid hold here, and LYRE, I imagine, is going to show them no mercy.
Yes, LYRE already coming back in here. Cactus taking this fight, going down to Steffi here, who's taking this great position under that left side tent, knowing that's an angle that LYRE has been taking consistently this game. They are going to have to play this very safe for the rest of the game, though. Once again, they don't want to be in that position that they were in just a minute ago. They are at risk of, getting that knockout at any moment as soon as that penalty goes down, and those points tick down quite fast. K-Bot Reno coming in on the flank, not quite getting the pick onto Steffi immediately, getting spotted out by Leo, is going to come out with the pick, stay alive, but 2 members of LYRE are going to be going down, and that's just going to be the shot on the side of LYRE left alive. So Take Your Meds actually getting a win on that fight, and are going to be moving very forward. You're seeing Greg all the way up into the base, trying to get that pick onto Gray, goes down, but they are so far up at this point, it's going to be hard for LYRE to come back in without using a lot of their take-back tools.
Well, looks like they're able to do it regardless there, as Leonidas was able to get taken down, focused down by multiple members of LYRE, including that Crab Tank, and now they only use that Crab Tank to come back into the middle of the map here. Now they've got the rest of their specials to continue keeping up the advantage. You see the Zuka, you see the Booyah Bomb come out here, but now all of a sudden their Gluga Dualies are down, and they might need to play this a little more cautiously, as now Cactus forced to run away. It's caught nearly between a Waybreaker and a hard place. Tripling strikes come out from Take Your Meds. They're looking to try to take back control of the zone, but now it's Steffi going down, Leonidas going down on the far side here as well. Fusion's going to be able to find a direct for the road, and now is forced to go into the Inkjet just to try to get an ounce of ink on top of the zone, but there's no one else around for Take Your Meds in order to get that paint down, and it'll be LYRE advancing in single elimination.
Look, I know we just watched the 3-0 in the set, but I'm just looking at stream coordination. We're gonna listen to Donkey Kong country music. This is awesome.
Great.
Good job from LYRE there, sealing the deal on every
wanted.
Single one of those games, doing extremely well, getting these knockouts very decisively, and Take Your Meds, a very strong contender out of this tournament. So I guess Lux does not get to play Proving Grounds tonight.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're Take Your Meds there, I think if you're Take Your Meds, you take your meds and you'd be like, you know what? That was a matchup diff. Because I'm going to guess they don't have a lot of experience playing against a Gluga Dualies, and they don't have a lot of experience playing against a Flingza Roller. And at the end of the day, like, sometimes someone pulls out a unique weapon pick that they're exceptional at, and there's not a lot that you can do that is natural, right? I think a lot of the kills that the Gluga Dualies from LYRE were getting were those like max range kills where you expect that your the opponent that has mostly been fighting splashes or Tenatex the entire time assumes they're out of range, but spoiler alert, you're not out of range, and the Klugadulies can still kill you from that kind of a range as well. So I think some of that comes into play with a more matchup, unfamiliarity out of Take Your Meds, and so have to imagine that's well. But of course, hats off to LYRE for playing. Their incredibly aggressive play and their synergy back and forth, able to all aggress together is the other important part, right? It's not just one player that's running in and taking care of business. It's multiple members trying to find 2v1 fights or something of the sort as they start to push in. So impressive stuff coming out of this team, and you can tell that they've been playing together for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, I had no idea before we even started this, right? Like, LYRE is some team that I have not seen perform yet. I've heard of, I forgot about them, I had a moment, and now I don't think I'll forget them after that. Yeah? Because now I'm scared.
Now you're scared, oh no.
Now I am scared.
Oh no. Well, yeah. It'll be fun to watch LYRE move on here as we take a look at the bracket. Of course, we've been sticking around on the same side of the bracket for most of the time. LYRE now, of course, advancing over Take Your Meds will go up against the winner of Sonder and Xpresso. And then we see some of the rest of the teams here come out. Again, folks, don't ask me why there's a team name called K-Bot's Kids in this tournament. I have no earthly idea.
They're not his.
I also don't even talk to any of these players.
We need a DNA test, I think, on it.
A DNA test?
Well, look, who was it who passed away recently? That talk show host, the one who was like, "You are not the father." Who was that?
I could.
Someone in chat will know. Popgun will know, right? You're old. I'm sorry.
Popgun will know. He's old, as if he's
typing. He's gonna tell me who it is.
10 years, as if 10 years older than me is like old.
Jerry Springer. Old. Thank you, chat. Thank you, Rune_502.
Jerry Springer, but no, he didn't do the.
He did. He totally did. What are you talking about?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Maury Povich.
How did we get here, by the way?
Because you have illegitimate children?
Right, okay. Anyways, the set we'll be going to next is Silly Kitties versus Luigi Mid.
Okay,
sorry.
This is
not
also
Luigi Mid, it's
top
Luigi
12, by the way.
FC Luigi.
Where did you get Luigi
Football
Mid?
Club. Okay, so I read Popgun's message as like Luigi Mid is the team name, and then set was like you're hopping into the Silly Kitties versus Luigi Mid set, not yeah. So that's a skill issue on my part, I suppose.
Luigi...
But look, I also didn't know that Luigi owns a soccer club, so congrats to Luigi, I suppose.
Yeah, I also didn't know you had children until today, so here we are. We're learning things.
Thank you for the enhanced punctuation, Popgun. That's fantastic. Really glad that we could rely on you for that. Also, the team name is not just Luigi; it's FC Luigi. Thank you very much. So, anyways, we'll get you an update on the score, folks, as soon as we know it. And of course, there'll be a little bit of stalling time because they're probably in game right now, and we haven't gotten there yet. Why is this going on the screen right now? I don't understand why this.
It's a call-out post for you, K-Bot.
It was edited. It's edited.
No, but that's what it said.
That is not what it said.
It totally said that.
It definitely did not say that.
It definitely said that.
It definitely did not. I don't know why I need to keep getting dunked on, by the way. That's all that happened last night on the Ink TV stream was me getting dunked on for like an hour, I guess, because that was funny. I'm not like Evil K-Bot anymore. I'm not wearing my blue aviator sunglasses that were free handouts from a local company that was trying to advertise to me.
So, well, I guess you advertised for them if you wore them on an Ink TV stream.
I mean, yeah, to all like 2 people that were tuning in from remotely close to my my hometown. Yes.
Right. I mean,
right, for sure.
E-commerce is a thing. I don't know if you've heard of that.
It's like no, it's the company is like someone that's selling apartments or renting apartments to students. So it's kind of difficult you can't like buy an apartment and then just to have like you wouldn't rent an apartment through your computer.
They gave you sunglasses to advertise apartments.
Yes, it's this company is like a big thing around here. They hand out shirts every year. Like everybody on campus feels like they have one of these shirts that they just wear because they're nice material, I guess, and good workout shirts or something. I wouldn't know because I don't really do the whole working out thing. Yeah, it is rather strange. So yes, it's the little thing you saw on my glasses last night was not a sticker. It is just a little thing that I can't take off, and I was very mad about it. Because I'd wear them for bits more if I could take off the little thing. But I can't. So, oh well. Anyway, Siren, what's new and interesting with you?
Low Tide City is in a week. I'm incredibly stressed out.
Everybody,
but it's gonna be lit. We just beat as of like this cast. I just saw somebody say we have 233 people, which means that instead of tying with Smash and Splash 4, we officially have beat Smash and Splash 4 in attendance for competitors, which is insane. I will say that. Was not anticipating us literally doubling the numbers of last year. But here we are.
Yeah, I think it's a perfect storm of there hasn't been a LAN in 7 months, so people want to go to, or there hasn't been a major LAN, in 7 months. And Splatoon 3 came out, and it's like right after the school year for a lot of people now, instead of 2 weeks earlier. And it's a LAN, so why wouldn't people go? Oh, Fire Pit. That's what I was going to say. Fire Pit. Everyone was raving about the Fire Pit. And now we're going to have, like, way too many people for the Fire Pit this year.
We'll have to find somewhere else to refuge. Especially, I think it's supposed to rain. So we might not have that opportunity. We'll find somewhere else to Fire Pit. Well, maybe we'll set something on fire indoors. Burn down the Kalahari. That wasn't a threat. That was a joke. Don't sue me.
Wasn't it kind of like in an overhang or something? I can't remember.
The overhang would have been like 100 meters above our heads, I think. It was,
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. They put a bracket in front of us and we've been talking about other things.
We already kind of covered the bracket.
Yeah, did we? I guess.
Kind of.
We kind of touched a couple different sides of it.
We touched on it, and then we talked about my illegitimate kids again.
Right. I mean, it's kind of the elephant in the room here until they get out of the tournament, and they still are, at least for round 2.
How is it the elephant in the room? Why is it a problem for me to have or not have kids?
I think that's up to you. I'm not gonna shame you, but you don't seem to know the mother. And I think that might be the sign that you could be in need of an intervention.
Oh dear. No, it's a bunch of random strangers on the internet claiming that they're my kids. Okay. It's not that deep.
It happens to the best of us. But now we finally got a score update, and now we're getting blasted in the ears by Splatoon music. That means that we're getting into Clan Blitz on Macomart. Silly Kitties is up a point.
Yes, Silly Kitties is the team that is up a game. And of course, we're joining this mid-set, and this is another match in the same round. So we're going to see the same maps over again. That's why you're seeing Clams Mako come out. And we're seeing a little more close to similar compositions, but most notably here, we're seeing Wiper and Nouveau come out together on the same team.
Yeah, that Wiper playing very up in the sides of I don't know what team. the colors are kind of weird for me.
Elemental will work on that. We just got a my bad over comms, which is like the only time I've ever heard Elemental talk midstream. Anyway, Power Claim goes in the basket here for Silly Kitties, and it's looking like they'll be able to continue to maintain this. But no, actually, as I say that, nice double for some of the members of FC Luigi. And again, only one Power Claim in the basket here to open on Megamart.
What is happening? Has everyone forgotten how to play this map? This is like the fan favorite map. Like, everyone loves Megamart.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Everyone likes Hagglefish or something better probably now. I don't know.
No.
Or we've played with the new toys. We put down the old toys and we've pulled up the new toys. Megamart's no longer new, and shiny objects are better. Yep. Right.
Okay, well, Silly Kitties, getting that great counter wipeout onto the side of FC Luigi. It looked like they were revving up for a push beforehand, but kind of just choking a little bit towards the end of that. And that is going to allow Silly Kitties once again to extend their lead. Luigi cleaning that up pretty decently, I would say, spotting out where these members of Silly Kitties are still existing on their map, but it's going to be very hard for just an N-Zap alone. Thankfully, Catnip coming in to assist in this fight, though other members of FC Luigi did end up going down there overall. It's kind of hard to house sit with just one person with 4 invaders.
It's just a fight over the stack back and forth. Like, trades going back either direction. Silly Kitties looking to try to re-engage here on that, making sure that FC Luigi doesn't have time to build up more clams and build up more things. And indeed, you see now Ali go ahead, pick up the power clam, and might be looking to make a push, but no, 2 down on other sides of the map here as well means that we're going to see the rest of these members back up. And now, of course, 2 down the other way, you see them start to aggress this a little more, including Woomy way up on that right side. Probably going to be looking for at least 1 or 2. Finds a trade, and the basket is completely open for the Silly Kitties, just waltz right underneath.
Yeah, Silly Kitties once again putting FC Luigi in these really tough positions here. When that basket is open, they can't make any sort of dent onto their side as well. Kirby getting that pick on Ali.
What?
With the shot.
Wait, why do you have to say it? Why do you... Kirby or something? I'd imagine. Who knows? Please just have pronouncer names. Pronounce what did I just say?
What is a pronouncer name?
You know what? I don't know at this point. Apparently, it doesn't matter what your name is because I won't be able to say it anyway. Another Power Clam finds the basket here, though, for Silly Kitties, and we're getting that down to 25 now. Couple of short pushes back to back, but now with the 3-on situation, FC Luigi really starting to storm for the enemy basket. They've got to be careful, though, because they won't have a lot of clams to go very far here. They're going to need to have this more sustained push, and they only have this crab tank now out. Not many other players around here, and not looking very high in terms of the clam inventory, though now a few more starting to spawn back in. Another 2-down situation. Haru dives back in, but there's Woomy meeting Haru there right underneath the basket, takes care of business, and now FC Luigi looks like they're going to have to go back to the drawing board.
Yes, but 47 and 1 push is actually not too shabby here. With 1 minute left, I think they could replicate it and get that lead back if they are able to accomplish the same thing here. The Silly Kitties consistently this game has just been really running forward, getting these small pushes and, getting these little tiny increments added to their overall score. Though I think FC Luigi has probably realized that at this point and knows that they're going to run forward. Knowing doesn't always fix everything, though, as we see them slowly go down 1 by 1, and Silly Kitties does have that power clam once again with 20 seconds. That is, at the very least, I could say, what? Gonna give FC Luigi another pity clam to use if they pick that up, which looks Kirby's gonna do that. So now they have 2 to use. This could very well be the lead for them, but they do just have to win this last fight here under the basket of Silly Kitties. He's getting a lot of paint onto the board here, but with that Splash-O-Matic going down, that is not what you want to see. Only 2 up. Yeah, that's probably going to spell it for them. They still have a chance here, but they're really going to have to run for it.
The other thing here, though, too, is that LYRE just kind of walked in from the side on that Tri-Slosher. Didn't, that was it. That was basically it. Once you start to see your flank angle get compromised and people are shooting at you from 2 different angles, it's going to be a lot more difficult to actually push forward because then there's more confusion. You don't know what to focus on. And then eventually you'll get split up from the rest of the team. So well done to find that flank here for the Silly Kitties to come away with that one. And look, I liked a lot of the play coming out of Silly Kitties. While it might not have been very sustained pushes, they knew when to go in and they knew when to back away. And one of the things here with a lot of the weapons they're playing, I think particularly the Splatoon wiper, is that it loves to get paired with other weapons. It loves to fight things alongside something else. It can't necessarily just do things alone, maybe like Tetra Dualies would, but instead, with that wiper going in and its ability to continue pumping out constant damage, if it gets paired up with something else that can help it finish off the kills quicker, it'll just be that much easier to use. So I love it in terms of the way that the Silly Kittens are playing right now, and they're able to continue to come away with some of these team fight victories.
I didn't know you could have GIFs as your logo on Battlefy, and for a second I thought I was kind of tripping out when I saw the Luigi move in the top right corner. Overall, playing that good. I don't know if I agree with trying to get a bunch of small pushes on Macomart because of the fact that... Stop! Because it's, like we talked about this when we saw it in the last set as well, that it's a small map, so little tiny mistakes can be punished, and when you're kind of going for these explosive things where you die by the time you get, just a power clam and a few extras in, I think when dealing with teams that can capitalize off of that, then you're playing a lot more of a dangerous game, I would say, because when teams aren't exercising their resources to win that fight and get you out of there, then they're going to have that in full force coming back and getting those counter pushes that would probably be a lot stronger. So, Splat Zones on Hagglefish. Could this be another 3-0, the third one in a row tonight, K-Bot? Could it?
Could it? Well, there's always a chance, of course, that it absolutely could, but we're seeing a little bit of a composition change up here as well for FC Luigi. Now opting to go over to double machines, V-Splash, Neo, and we'll see if they can capitalize on some of this a little bit better, especially trying to split up a lot of the team play that the Silly Kitties have so far.
Yeah, so Silly Kitties, yeah. There's a lot happening right now, and I'm getting a little bit of sensory overload from this. IB Woomy gonna be pushing up here, 3 down on the side, but the points are still ticking. That crab tank is gonna come out to camp and jump on the... What?
You know what?
Okay.
Sometimes you gotta pull out all the stops, and sometimes it's kind of just like asserting your dominance, okay? You gotta pull out the crab tank in order to take care and clean up the jumps, just to strike fear into the hearts of your opponents, because I imagine most people probably deal with some amount of crab tank trauma at this point, because they've had to play the weapon for so darn long. Well, it's exactly what we're seeing there out of FC Luigi, but they're giving away the zone pretty easily here, and already the members of the Silly Kitties are starting to push in. You see the Wiper player teaming up with Ali to continue moving in, trying to pick off some of these fights, and now looking at these few members that have been pushed all the way back, nearly off of the entire map on Hagglefish Market, and then Silly Kitties have taken back control of the zone.
Yeah, Silly Kitties coming in even stronger than they did before. Definitely going to be going for that lead retake here. Woomy once again trying to get into their faces, into their base, just causing absolute havoc here. That Wiper is in a great position underneath their tent, holding onto that hammer, is going to be using that the second that FC Luigi shows any sort of intent of moving back towards the zone. It's just going to be that crab tank there, but you can see that Splatoon Wiper just looming in on them. Haru is going to be going down there, playing extremely aggressively here. This is the kind of lockout I was talking about beforehand that we didn't quite see at this degree beforehand, but this Wiper will not leave them alone. My goodness, like, go away, bro.
Yep, the second that it continue utilizing that range as some of these members of FC Luigi start dropping down, all the better. And the interesting thing about that wiper too is it was able to position in ways that it wasn't necessarily just shooting into the machines in a like straight on 1v1, right? Oftentimes thrown off to the side, utilizing the angles and utilizing some element of surprise in order to try to catch someone from the side as opposed to catching them from dead on. So fantastic stuff there. Coming out of Silly Kitties overall, of course, we were watching the wiper, but you have to be solid in a lot of those other areas to make sure that people are forced to drop towards that wiper and for that wiper to clean up things. So fantastic play out of the Silly Kitties, really across the board, still showing strong amounts of coordination, even for what I imagine is probably just a pickup.
Silly Kitties, no.
No, they're not? Okay. Well.
They're not a pickup, but this is, I believe, the team that I think, I could be totally wrong, that Setu was coaching. Who were, yes. Yes, Setu was coaching this team, or is still coaching this team, and he was like, this team's really good. Like, they're just absolutely destroying the people at, like, their supposed level. And like, yeah, like, they are very underseeded normally. And they've been doing extremely well. It's a newer team, newish, not old, but not really new either. But they've been doing very well.
Ali was on a different team. That was my like logic there. I was like, oh, okay.
No,
well,
after the last team that happened,
I should stop acting like I know.
One, yes.
I should just stop acting like I know what happens outside of like the top 8 teams, really, because apparently I know nothing. And that's that.
Well, look, this is payback for earlier. You know, you reminded me that LYRE is a team that exists. I have reminded you that Silly Kitties is a team that also exists.
Yeah. Well, in my defense, I'm sorry, I was not paying attention to Division 4 of Looney.
Well, you were apparently paying attention to Splatoon Advanced Circuit, which they were also in and did very well in.
But I think I was commentating that season.
Oh, okay. Well, that would explain.
So
K-Bot doesn't pay attention to us peasants unless he is invited to commentate us peasants.
Yeah.
You heard it here now.
Do we have to go back to
not know of
Do we really have to keep doing this? Do we have to keep doing this? Do we have to keep doing this?
I'm calling you out live.
Oh, man. All right, it's okay. I can still point and laugh at you for being stressed right now.
Well,
retired life.
I'm living the life you did a few years ago, yes.
Yeah.
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 That's how
all right.
you get a team full of kids, K-Bot. That's what... I don't know what that means in chat, but like...
I don't know what that means.
I'm gonna agree with it blindly.
Next game is coming up shortly. Inspirational gameplay versus TatsuGAYri.
Yeah. Are you telling me you don't know these teams either?
You're right, I don't, because I'm going to guess that the team on the left... I'm going to actually guess that both teams are a pickup.
Nope.
Based on their team names. Okay,
well,
I'm
okay.
wrong.
At what point does a pickup stop being a pickup and become a team? Because inspirational gameplay has been improving grounds before, and I've commentated their sets. TatsuGAYri is here almost every time. So like, even if they consider themselves pickups, I don't anymore.
What's it? It's like Tatsugi or something, right? Like, is an action? Is that the actual team name? TatsuGAYri is the Pokemon.
Yes, and then I'm assuming they're they might be a little fruity, so that they've modified it to. I say that in a I'm also fruity way. Just for context for chat, so I don't get the call out posts on Twitter.
What gen is this Pokemon from? Not that it would
the newest
matter
one
to me at all. The newest one. Okay, so that explains why I haven't.
There's like a
seen it
sushi chef Pokemon. It's like a big whale, and he has like the little the bandana. And then there's that guy, and he's like a little sushi fish. And they come in different colors.
That's kind of messed up, isn't it? Because it establishes a definite food chain in the world of Pokemon.
Oh. Well, like, if he's the chef, he's not necessarily eating them. He's...
But he's definitely not cooking them alive.
Well, I mean, sushi is raw. They just have like a little, like maybe he's just uniting them with a little bit of rice, and then he's like, "There you go, friend."
Right. Yeah, for sure. Y'all, we're lost. We're just.
Well, we were talking. I don't. There's a match happening, right? It's TatsuGAYri. Yes. They beat Legato, and then they had a bye. So they haven't done a lot this turn. They've played a whole total of 3 games so far in this tournament, and that's just kind of how it is sometimes. I mean, traditionally they've done very well. Baja is a no stranger at all to the IPL weeklies, and will also be at Low Tide City this next upcoming week. If you want to see Baja, tune into IPL next weekend.
That's crazy that you're working that in as many times as you can.
Oh, I could be doing it a lot more. Don't challenge.
You could be doing it a lot more. You know what? I think we're good. I think we're good, actually. And you don't need to do that. Also, looks like just a lot of 3-0s across the board. So it's not even that like we can flame Popgun or whoever's picking the stream matches for giving us 3-0s, because it looks like there was only 1 3-2 in the entire thing so far. Yeah, that's the way the night's going so far. But maybe this set will be different. We'll see what happens. Maybe these teams will be a little more even. But I also have to imagine, Siren, as I look ahead a little bit more towards the rest of this here, Splat Zone's Umami is a map I haven't gotten to watch much, but is a map that a lot of people don't like very much, and sounds incredibly lockout heavy.
Well, you'll get to see a whole lot more of Umami Ruin Splat Zones next week on IPL at Low Tide City, babe. Round Rock, Texas.
My goodness.
Truth be told, it's actually not in the map pool that much. It can be a little lockout heavy, but at the same time, I think that a lot of it comes from teams not really getting that map too much yet. Do I have an ad image? I did not make one of those. I should have probably asked JPEG about that. But, you know, we're getting into that weak margin here. I think it's maybe a little bit too late. I am the advertisement. Why do we skip to game 2 when we have a beautiful Clamblitz Monta Maria right in front of us?
Because I was hoping that the matches would be even, and then I was like, oh, look, that's the lockout map that people are whining about right now.
It's a best of 5, not a best of 1 K-bot. We're going to be seeing it regardless.
Right. But you get to see... It wouldn't be like it'd be more one-sided than the... whatever. All right. Clams Manta, here we go. We'll see what comps come out here. Of course, Baja on the Tetras expected here, and a lot more commonalities here in terms of what we might otherwise expect. Bandit on that ZF
Reverse
charger.
Those colors, by the way. Right. Thank you.
You are pulling no punches right now, Siren. I just want you to realize that. There are no punches being pulled. You are.
I'm in my edgy era. I always have been, but TatsuGAYri taking this bunk very early on, spotting that charger on the side of Inspirational gameplay, is going to be ducking behind this wall here in anticipation for this T-Tech to come in, but losing the fight. Whether they knew it was coming or not, that is going to be the first push going for Inspirational gameplay under this basket here, and continuing to get these picks under TatsuGAYri. 1 down, 2 down, 1 down again, and then 2 down once again. This is not looking very good as a beginning for them.
Well, got to get a few more climbs to the basket, and they do reset that timer. But now we're starting to see some of the members of TatsuGAYri move back in, move forward, and protect their ability underneath this basket. Looks like Baja actually going to get taken down by Bandit on that charger. But nonetheless, a push down to 50 here for Inspirational gameplay. Rather inspirational, if you ask me.
Is it? Well, yeah, I mean, I'm inspired to win.
Yeah.
And I think they are as well. So TatsuGAYri finally retaliating. Gonna be looking here as to what Inspirational gameplay has for their defenses, and seemingly not too much, allowing Baja to get under this basket here. It was just gonna be that Splash-O-Matic left alive. They're gonna be opting into using that crab tank to sort of clear out this area as best as they can. Zen has gotten under this basket, and it really hasn't been contested too much so far, getting a push down to 74. Not really challenging the lead thus yet, and it can be a little bit hard to get in on Manta Maria, but we're starting to see maybe more of a neutral game state as we get into the halfway point here. I say that, but the map is completely orange now.
Yeah, well, you know, we're starting to see this swing back the other direction. Some of these clams getting built up as well. April now has 2 power clams to work with here, trying to juggle those for the rest of their teammates. But actually, it looks like one of them's going to despawn. Perhaps just don't have the specials online at the moment. And now you're seeing the crab tank come out, trying to support, trying to get a little bit of paint down onto the other side of the street. But it doesn't happen quite the way you might expect. Now, actually, though, 2 down, 3 down situation from TatsuGAYri. And we're going to see the push come in. Bandit is trying to find a little bit of a weird angle here as some of these members start to approach underneath this basket, and there is the collapse on top of it. Zen punishing that Charger's positioning here, and that'll be the end of the push.
Yes, once again, I didn't really see any sort of shift in any sort of lead whatsoever there. So once again, it is an opportunity for TatsuGAYri to get back into this. Zen spotting that machine on the left side of the map, but April going to be taking this fight head on those grates there. And once again, Inspirational gameplay just coming out of these mid-fights on top, holding their ground extremely well, waiting for TatsuGAYri to sort of play into their positions a lot more. And as a result, it's been very hard for TatsuGAYri to move in here. They kind of have to rely on almost an entire wipe in order to make any sort of dent into this, because of the fact that it just seems like every single member of Inspirational gameplay has been in these little positions that can just stop a push immediately in its tracks.
Yeah, and you saw it on the overhead there too, right? Where it just seemed like there was no way that TatsuGAYri was able to build up a lot more map control, build up a lot more turf control. There's still a lot of orange on the map, even still after a lot of these trades in mid. And so we're not seeing their ability to actually move in, actually feel comfortable. And then when they get taken out, their special timer all of a sudden back down to 0. They have to recharge those specials and buy even more time to come on back in. And they might have just been able to do that now. Reslider as well as a crab tank at their disposal. Baja coming around the side here, pops the reslider, is able to come up with 2 and straight, gets traded out in the meantime. And that's the fizzy bomb that was actually able to get thrown before the Booyah bomb was able to be thrown in. Looks like a power clam will find the basket here, but a lot of the rest of the members of TatsuGAYri just got taken down by that one machine that was left standing, and this push won't be near as what they thought it would be.
Yeah, not really quite getting what they were hoping for there. They are going to have to scramble in these last 10 seconds to get a power clam together here. Getting these picks is going to help them sort of rob the... I was about to say something very dark there on stream, unintentionally. I'm just going to stop myself there. They're going to be able to steal clams off of people if they're taking them out here. But in overtime, it looks like they were able to scramble to get a power clam together. I'm not quite seeing who's holding this here. They're running out of time. They're going to have to make a dash for the street. Oh, they're a little far behind here. That is going to be a rip.
It was looking like it could be promising. We didn't fully see it, but it also looks like here they didn't fully get, if you look at the overhead, wasn't fully able to get around the bend of that elbow. Looks like the defense was able to hold in for Inspirational gameplay. So even if the power clam was there, it's looking unlikely that that would have ended up happening. Still might have just ended up running out of time. But even still, Inspirational gameplay for the entirety of that one. After they got that push where they were able to get down underneath the opponent's mast, right, and start trying to get a few of those cheeky kills, extending their push for even longer. Then they were able to find a lot of equalizing trades, buying time off the clock to get down to that position.
Yeah, and now we're looking. Oh, hey! Look, we took the low tide graphics thing, and now I get to plug on the stream. Oh boy, it's next weekend. You have to register in the next like 4 hours if you wanna be there, so please do that. You can also buy spectator passes at the door. I forget for how much. I'm not gonna check that on the mic right now, but if you feel like just coming by, if you happen to be in the area, if you're not already aware the event is happening, I would strongly suggest to coming by and seeing the second largest Splatoon LAN outside of Japan, because it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah. Definitely show up for it. LANs are a lot of fun. If you're not sure whether or not you'll like it, just come, okay? Please come on by, sit down, sit yourself down in a spectator seat, watch the stream with other Splatoon fans in person. It's a fantastic experience, and the reason why we keep doing these events is so that people can have these kinds of experiences. Question in chat for which is the largest. The largest was Smash and Splash 5, which featured 62 Splatoon 2 teams competing. Not quite back to that point, but close, Siren. This will be like 53 teams?
53, potentially 54 if something happens in like the next couple hours, but I'm assuming 53 as of right now.
In Japan, I have no idea. It's probably a Koshin event or something that has like over 1,000 people show up.
Yeah, we can't quite get those numbers yet. We'll probably maybe see that in a decade in Splatoon 9 or something. I don't know.
Anyway, we're mid-set right now, by the way.
Okay. There's a game
There's
happening.
gameplay.
We're on Umami Zones. We can see if it's as lockout heavy as you seem to imagine, K-Bot. Or have heard the rumors.
I just hear things, okay? I hear players complain to me, and that's about it. So we'll see what happens here. Of course, have to imagine with more long-range weapons, might still have the ability to find some of those picks, and quite a lot of displacement specials too, with double strikes on the side for inspirational gameplay. And then, of course, we've got things like the Inkjet and even the Killer Whale that can start to move away players if they get too far forward and make too much of an aggressive push into the opponent's space.
Yes, we're seeing Hog Rider here getting into a bit of a sharp position. April, thinking there's something suspicious over here, starts painting this area and is able to spot that out. And that is going to be a very early push in from inspirational gameplay, really getting up into the faces of TatsuGAYri into their spawn, going for this lockout position as we sort of discussed beforehand. But I'm interested to see the approach that TatsuGAYri might have to getting back into this. And it looks like it's just going to be a very head-on, I'm going to fight you guys and hope I get the picks to get out of this lockout right now. Jumping out is going to be smart. They want to retain those specials. However, once again, we're getting into halfway through the game already. We're in the 30s, so yeah. They're going to want to be getting back in here pretty soon. Going to be popping these specials, trying to get in, at least getting that neutralized. That is going to stop that for now. They do have some penalty points. They've bought themselves some time at the very minimum here, but winning these fights is going to assist them greatly. Hog Rider getting that pick onto April, getting that pick onto Nick as well. This should spell the beginning of something good for TatsuGAYri.
Just grab the zones, please. Thank you. Okay, finally have the zones, and this timer will start to tick down, but even still, we'll see exactly how TatsuGAYri is able to continue positioning themselves. The largest thing they'll have to worry about are triple strikes, which are soon going to come right for them in a moment. Then, of course, this Booyah Bomb gets thrown right at the crab tank, basically neutralizes the crab. Here comes the strikes as well, but actually we're not seeing a lot of follow-up here off of those things. Now we start to see the machine player move forward, and inspirational gameplay has taken back control of the zones from both sides. The ball points on the back lines falls, and it's going to be that inspirational gameplay has control once again.
Yeah, inspirational gameplay taking back control of the zone here. Baja getting a trade and an assist here. That is going to help a lot of the other members of TatsuGAYri getting back into this. Zen taking top mid, almost has that crab tank ready, is going to be backing up in preparation to use that. That Inkjet is going to be coming out as well, going to be digging for some picks here, trying to get themselves some more space. That Ten-Attack on the side of inspirational gameplay is going to be going down there, and that is going to allow Rydia to get back up on this right side here. That Booyah Bomb is going to be coming out as well, and the pre-fires on the crab tank are just going to be taking out that ball point once again.
Gotta say, that's the dilemma of the anchor, right? When all of your other players end up going down, and then you're just stuck there like, guys, what do I do? What am I supposed to shoot at first? And then before you know it, there are 4 other people on the enemy team shooting right for you. And that enables here inspirational gameplay, once again, getting set up in these very strong positions. They'll be careful to not completely lose their lives here, but with more strikes coming out, enabling these players to move around more. And now TatsuGAYri all seeming to be funneling from a specific moment. April's going to be able to come up with one, looking for a second or even just to stall out for time versus Baja. But it looks like Hogrider once again on the 52 guy was able to come up with a few clutch picks, and it'll be the zones once again for TatsuGAYri.
Yes, and a delayed wipe onto the side of inspirational gameplay. They are looking at a very low penalty here, so they should be able to extend things for them and get a little bit closer to that 5 points that they need to beat, in just a moment. Should they be able to lock this down here? We've seen Baja playing this very aggressively. However, other members of TatsuGAYri kind of playing behind the zone here, not really able to back them up in that fight there, and with other members of TatsuGAYri jumping in at a very inconvenient time, they will be subject to the aggression of Dot. What? That is so tiny.
It's like,
who
it's
are
like 1,
you?
2, 3. It's very small. That's not gameplay.
Tears of the Kingdom.
Whoa. Anyways, surely that was just the pre-order screen on the digital download. Already, though, starting to get dangerously close to knockout territory here, and you see the members of Inspirational Gameplay continuing to sneak around these zones. It looks like the TatsuGAYri is not going to be able to find the exact engagement that they want, and it will be Inspirational Gameplay taking control of the game. But the other thing I want to talk about here is it feels like TatsuGAYri not all on the same pace. You see a lot of their individual players going for individual plays, which sometimes works when they're able to catch their opponents off by surprise. But most of the time you want to be trying to fight together. And I get that a lot of their weapons don't necessarily want to do that, but still, 2 squids is better than 1 almost every single time around. So if they can start teaming up and connecting with one another to find some of those fight victories, I imagine they'll be able to come on back in that.
Yeah, I was actually going to mention something of, I guess, the same key or a very similar note to that, K-Bot. In that last hold that TatsuGAYri had there, you could very visibly see that the sort of frontline players, I'm going to say, were very far ahead of the backlines. And when you have a ball point, you can kind of afford to move up a lot further than that. And I agree that there was maybe a little bit of a disconnect to that game in the positioning and not really having sort of a deciding factor of where we're going to be fighting and where we're going to be exerting pressure into. So maybe just a little bit of work to be done on this map, I would say. And it's good to be taking notes on this kind of thing when we're so close to Low Tide City in Round Rock, Texas.
My goodness.
May 13 and 14 at the Kalahari.
I wasn't ever this bad of a sellout. I was never this bad of a sellout. Never.
I'm trying to get a promotion,
Promotion? Who promotes you?
I think you know. I think you know the answer to that. Anyway, tower control on Eeltail Alley. This is a long map. This is long range. You go into their base and then you run in there and then they never come out ever again. We're likely going to be seeing ballpoint again. We could even maybe see E-Leader if people are feeling a little zesty tonight. You never really know.
I would not be surprised to see Bandit go E-Leader. Probably might stick with his EF. There it is. Yeah. Bandit coming out with the E-Leader here. Again, Siren, you mentioned very long map, but also very narrow map, something that this leader will thrive on across the board, even though we're seeing it fall off in competitive play. The largest thing I might hit to worry about, though, is a surprise inkjet jump coming out from Rydia. So we'll see if that comes out here and if that factors in to this, or if it'll continue to have the space, because already off the opening, Inspirational Gameplay moving through mid, continuing to buy so much space for the E-Leader so that it doesn't have to worry about potentially being contested.
Eeltail Alley is Splatoon's way of adding Port Mackerel back into the game without repeating the same map they used in Splatoon 2 again. Anyways, Bandit going to be getting on that tower there. That is going to be a very quick 3 down on the side of TatsuGAYri. They are going to be in a bit of a tough position here. That first checkpoint is free regardless of whether or not you get a 3 3-man down. It's more of a question of this checkpoint, which they've already made it to. Touching that just barely, and going to be going down there to Baja on the Dark Tetra Dualies. They are going to be able to hold off the tower for now, but you know, you're going to want to win this fight here so you can recontrol mid and get some of that, you know, spicy points on the board yourself.
Oh. Baja diving in there, but gets met with April's crab tank, and now April is able to come up with another one there as well, completely stopping this potential push from TatsuGAYri in its tracks. There's a third for April, still taking care of business on behalf of Inspirational Gameplay on the defensive side, and fantastic play here, as now it looks like they'll be going for another attempt towards the second checkpoint.
Getting that fight once again for them. April going to be hopping onto that tower, popping that crab, giving her some extra HP to sort of use to her advantage and ride out this checkpoint for as long as possible. They are going to be able to burn through it, and that is an infamously difficult one to get through on this particular map mode. So that is going to be quite the nail in the coffin for the members of TatsuGAYri here. They're going to have to play this very carefully if they want to stay alive in the tournament and move on to the next part of the bracket. So the points still keep ticking down here, K-Bot. This is a very, very hard spot to win. And
does look like, yeah, does eventually get cleared out here by some of the members of TatsuGAYri. Looks like got a little overzealous there if you're Inspirational Gameplay. I get it, you're excited, you're coming up off of multiple kill streaks, you want to keep going for more, but at the end of the day, you still gotta work with the pace of that tower. Protecting yourselves from that third checkpoint is going to be important, but now we're seeing the prevalence of this E-leader on the defensive side. It's able to come up with two once again, nearly completely shutting this push down, and then Nick drops in to find Rydia. We'll see Hog Rider go down as well before allowing a jump to come in from Baja, but even still gets taken down nonetheless. And Inspirational Gameplay, both on the offensive side and on the defensive side, has been playing this one so exceptionally well around their composition.
Hog Rider here getting this great spot to flank. They did actually evacuate that tower before Hog Rider was able to get any sort of picks on it. It's just the momentum of that tower moving itself there a little bit, kind of creating a bit of a facade there, I would say. So they are trying to build up some specials here to try and contest this. That killer whale is going to be coming out, spawning out a couple members, forcing April to have to drop off the tower in the crab tank. Which is advantageous for the members of TatsuGAYri, but once again, there's two checkpoints that they got to worry about here, and only a minute and a half to go. It might be quite difficult to burn through it. Most teams are not really able to do that in just one push alone, so they're going to have to start making moves now.
We'll see if they can do that, but the problem is they don't have many specials online. It's only really Rydia on this Inkjet. Probably has to turn their attention towards taking care of Bandit, but now the triple Ink Strikes come out here, and Inspirational Gameplay might be able to assert their advantage. But although one member goes down, that's the machine. All of a sudden, a few less defensive resources, but even still, Bandit comes away with one before dying to an autobomb in the trade. Baja now dives in with the Reef Slider, gets taken down in the process. Hog Rider on the follow-up also will fall, and Rydia tries to hold down to mid right now for TatsuGAYri, but it's not enough. 3-down situation now for them. Another jump's going to try to come in from Baja, trying to create more chaos, but still not coming away with it. Back to the drawing board once more for TatsuGAYri. We'll see if they're able to pull this off and touch the tower within the next 20 seconds.
I'm not sure how I feel about what Inspirational Gameplay is doing here. Moving the tower into their faces and also getting these picks means that there is more of a potential for TatsuGAYri to get close enough to the tower to touch it if they're able to win this fight here, which it actually could go either way at this point in time. There's 5 seconds left for TatsuGAYri. They might be able to get on this tower. These Ink Strikes are going to be coming out a little bit early, but that is just going to save them just in time. No one quite able to tap the tower, and that is going to be, once again, another 3-0 in Proving Grounds. Shoutouts to the seeding council for making these rounds so quick, but also, like, can I get some competition here?
It's all right. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, right, it just feels like Inspirational Gameplay was still able to come out there, in a lot of cases, especially on some of these individual maps, had solid game plans and had solid strategies to continue moving in and moving forward there. So a lot of what they were doing worked incredibly well.
on that tower control map, you saw that E leader and just how strong it can be when it keeps things at that kind of a range. And then a lot of the other defensive resources as well were able to sniff out some of the members of the opposing team. So well done there to Inspirational Gameplay for handling business. And again, we kind of talked a little bit about how TatsuGAYri might not have all been playing on the same page. And admittedly, it's hard to when you've got the Tetra dualies that always want to dive in, and then the ballpoint on the complete opposite side of that spectrum. But even still, I imagine as they keep working on it, they'll keep trying to get exactly that pace down and how they want to move through the map as a unit.
I couldn't have said it better at all, K-Bot. I think you put it extremely well, and because of the fact that you said it extremely well, I don't know if I really have anything to add to that. You just did a really good job there.
You don't have a segue into Low Tide City? You don't have
I don't have a segue for that one, aside from, if you like what you are hearing from K-Bot now, tune in next week for Low Tide City, where we will have K-Bot on the mic for 6 hours straight. I'm just kidding.
That is not true. That is definitely not true. That's false advertising. No, this is the one where you intentionally don't want me to work, so...
Well, I'm not the one who submitted a commentary application, am I?
Well, but you're not going to put me on for 6 hours.
Is that a challenge?
Anyway, that's going to do it from us, folks. Top 4 is coming up next. It'll be double elimination. So certainly stick around. Maybe it'll be more entertaining than just complete 3-0s. Who knows? We'll see, because presumably it's all of the teams that have been 3-0ing all of the sides and all of the quadrants of the bracket. So we'll see what ends up happening. Siren, where can the good people find you aside from in Round Rock, Texas next weekend?
They can also find me on Twitter, and they can also find me in Toronto on a plane on my way to Low Tide City in Round Rock, Texas.
Goodness. Okay.
But
you can find me
Siren Banshee everywhere I want to be found. Now it's your turn, K-Bot.
You can find me trying to find a way to get to the nearest Best Buy in Round Rock, Texas to buy Tears of the Kingdom on release on Friday. So that's where you can find me, Kbot_273. Also, by the way, you don't have to wait till next weekend to watch more competitive Splatoon. InkTV Resurgence League playoffs put on by multiple people that are working on the broadcast tonight to come through tomorrow as well. So be sure to check out that. That's where you'll find me tomorrow, is hosting the desk for that one. So that should be a handful of good matches. But folks, that'll do it from us tonight. We're going to hand it off to Fusion and Zach, who will take you through the top 4 double elimination bracket here to round out your night for Proving Grounds 12.
We'll see you then.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 12th. I cannot believe it's 12 already, but the 12th iteration of Proving Grounds as presented by the Inkling Performance Labs. We are back with the top 4 with, of course, some new casters. My name is Shiny Hunter Zach, and joining me for this one, who's someone who is not only much more fashionable than I am, but definitely has much more knowledge of the intricacies of the game itself, that being 8-Bit Fusion and Fusion. Welcome in. Love to see the top 4.
I thought you were going to like go with the intricacies of Silva Gunner's inventory of music.
I don't know. I would put my knowledge of Silva Gunner.
A little bit of trolling, but
I would put it up close to there. I would argue my I would put my prowess up there, at least in that respect, with a good number of people.
Yeah, we do a little bit of trolling, but yeah, Wowzers and Decay both making it very far into the tournament. I believe neither of them is Decay is actually the number 3 seed in the tournament, but Wowzers coming out of nowhere. Wowzers making it to top 4 in this tournament. Apple, Michiro, Bingo, Flubio, and Nami. Really great work to them, making it this far. 3-1ing Silly Kitties, as well as, I think more importantly, 3-0ing 1-2 Buckle My Shoe, which is the number 2 seed. That doesn't tell you much, but it was King Ja, NM, Joe Biden himself, Stan, and Aristo.
Yeah, I think as a tournament series, Proving Grounds typically prides itself on getting the lion's share of seeding correct, leading up especially to the final few rounds. And the only anomaly there being Wowzers knocking off that number 2 seed. Everybody else, 1, 3, and 4, all made their way through. Sonder, not without their bit of struggle there, having to reverse sweep against LYRE in the 3rd round, but I mean, again, still making it here, and you see the matchup on your screen. Decay, as Fusion mentioned, a team that has been leveling up a fair bit with Junkie, Axion, Johan, and Chris. So Johan, it looks like more of that backliner anchor style role, potentially with the E-Leader or C-Jet, maybe even the heavy splatling on some maps. And then you have Axiom, who is what feels like growing breed of this sort of fly by the seat of their pants, either Dark Tetras or Splatana player, a la like Isabel or Orion that have been in other tournament series. So, and then you have Chris as well. Chris, kind of that steadfast, it looks like, Splash player, whether Vanilla Splash or Neo. Again, kind of feels like a necessity to have a player that's, whether they're on that Tri-Strike or Crab Fusion, kind of willing to be there, back up their team with that special and allow them to get entry.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, certainly the Tetras being a very strong weapon, you're able to get in without a special. They're extra flashy, but Flash does the job all the same. Being able to kind of rinse and repeat, stave people off from quite a distance, and Chris has certainly shown that they're able to do a good job of that, as well as helping their team get back in. On the Wowzer side, though, I believe we were chatting beforehand, that Michiro is actually a squeezer player, which we do not see very often in the scene, despite I think squeezer being pretty highly regarded.
Yeah, and to round that out, I think if my sources are correct, Nami going to be, if they play either the Splash, V-Splash, or Sloshing Machine user, then you're going to have Bingo over on. They're either going to be that flexing anchor player where they traditionally would be on backline weapons, but they go to Vanilla Splash, or they could be on different Splatlings. And Ballpoint, especially with Heavy to a lesser degree in certain instances, have really come into favor during this patch. And then Flobio on either that sloshing machine or an alternative to the Neo Splash in the Tenatech. And I forget who it was that described, it might have been K-Bot describing it so eloquently, that the difference between that Neo Splash and the Tenatech being that the Tenatech is you want to throw your Tri-Strike in and then follow it up with that aggression. Neo Splash, you want to throw the Tri-Strike and then go immediately back to sort of being behind the scenes, painting the floor and building up another Tri-Strike as quickly as possible.
Yeah, certainly the T-Tech is a more aggressive version, especially coming out with that Splat Bomb. I am actually kind of surprised we don't see too many people favoring it, considering that it's a virtually identical kit, a main weapon that has slightly more range, and the only real trade-off is some paint and some of that accuracy. However, I mean, those are things that make Splash incredibly good, as we see 2 splashes coming out on the side of Wowzers, no splashes on the other, and we do see that Octo Brush yet again coming out of Junkie. I recall them playing it last time. Very interesting comp with that Octo Brush Tetra combo coming out for Decay. Here we go onto Inkblot Art Academy, as both teams are going to begin scrapping for that zone.
Yeah, with the breakdown we were talking about, I think Apple maybe being the only player we didn't cover there for Wowzers, that's going to be that second vanilla splash that you talked about. Apple getting tussling here with Axiom, who's going to get the support from Chris, and that's really, one of the selling points of Dark Tetras, if you build a team around it, is that as long as they have that support, that sort of backup, they can be very aggressive. As you can see here, Decay has held onto the zone for quite a bit. Apple winning that fight as Axiom does not have the backup, but they will fall finally, it looks like, as the members of Decay able to push up on the back of that aggression. Johan holding down the zone for a bit, but it looks like finally, after getting past the halfway mark, Wowzers will start to take back control.
Yeah, really good awareness from Johan, avoiding that Zuka coming in, able to get back, using that high ground, able to keep the zone neutral. Somehow, Decay is holding on. 2 members of Wowzers on the left side of the zone are trying to get in with multiple specials, but since they're all on that same side, Chris is able to neutralize it all on their own, and that means that the zone is still going to remain neutral, barely, just as Wowzers flips the zone after quite a bit of effort, and Decay has all 4 members still up to show for it.
And it seems like kind of common sense, but weapons like the C-Jet really favor and play well when they have the room and the maneuverability to work around here. Nice flip back over to Decay, as they have quite a large penalty to work through here. Michudu trying to shark around on that squeezer, but to no avail. The Toxic Mist helping with that, and that's a sub-weapon that's on that C-Jet that doesn't see a ton of play. It's also on the Vanilla Tri-Slosher, but it really can help you to secure, and for the shorter range weapons, get back into the range where you can actually splat them. For the longer range weapons, you kind of have a slower rate of fire weapon there with that C-Jet, so it really helps to secure those kills, and of course build up that Inkjet, or that Ink Storm rather, that they now have. They're going to hold on to for a bit as they've retained control of the zone with the help of that Tri-Strike, and now with even the flank there by the Sloshing Machine, who picks up 2, the Storm will come out and Decay will get rid of their penalty entirely.
Yeah, now Johan sitting up on that high ground, trying to just space people out, just stall the game a little more, let Axiom move in onto the enemy plat, unable to find a pick, and that could be huge. The crab comes out for Wowzers. They're going to be able to paint one side of the zone. They have a little bit of a paint advantage, but they're not able to cap the zone somehow. How did Decay hold that? There was so much paint coming out from Wowzers.
I think honestly, maybe the Storm, and you talk about the layering of the specials, and that's part of that. Part of Wowzers bringing in that double crab is that if you don't have it at the right times and either pop them together or, as we just mentioned, layer them in, you're not going to have the passive ink to be able to counter it. And with this one zone map in particular, with that giant structure in the middle, it's hard to make an impact even with the long-range weapons on both sides. So you really have to be kind of in the trenches there. You have to be in a position where your team can have an effect on both sides of the zone. You kind of saw at the end there were just little splotches, but they weren't really able to flip it over entirely and force that overtime. So that's credit to Decay for holding out and making sure that they were aggressive in holding the zone. They didn't just sit back on their laurels. And this is, of course, since we're on the winner side, a best of 5. We've now entered the double elimination portion of the bracket. So winners will be best of 5s, including grand finals. Losers will be best of 3, as you can see part of the bracket format on your screen now. And of course, neither team wanting to try and force their way through losers here. They would like to have the easier route of going through the winner's side. And Decay, with that win there in game 1, one step closer as we move to TC Hagglefish.
Yeah, somehow, funnily enough, the pressure's off as soon as you get into top 4, and you have a second chance, because the entire bracket up to now was single elimination. Now you have a chance to mess up. I think Wowzers has had a crazy run so far, but Decay seems to have their number. Decay was kind of in control of that entire game, and Wowzers was really just unable to stabilize. The custom jet coming out from Decay was certainly able to slow down Wowzers, and it felt like they just were not able to really ever fully clear out Decay, despite neutralizing the zone quite a bit.
Yep, that'll be Johan on the C-Jet, who may opt to change that decision for the heavy splatling. If there was going to be a map to do it on, Hagglefish is certainly an alluring point for that to happen. But with the performance that you alluded to on the C-Jet, they may just want to hold on to it. We are going to tower control. So in the neutral game, of course, a wave breaker would be very important, but that... the storm, you're able to pop it and have an impact where that tower is sitting on the checkpoint. They're trying super hard to clear it so they don't have to go through the checkpoint again. And of course, paired with more traditional specials that are great for, sitting, unmoving objectives like your tri-strikes and your booyah bombs, that might be a little bit more of a passive option that's also more pervasive. It sticks around for longer, and that can be tough to warrant that little bit of almost chip damage when you're in the middle of those fights trying to push through that checkpoint.
Yeah, certainly tower control is a different beast than splat zones, and teams may switch things up going into this one, but I think Decay has been pretty steadfast with what they've been running. I'm curious if Wowzers changes things up. Zuka can be a little bit lackluster on zones, so it may be make it a little bit more value. We do in fact see the Machine and 52 Gale coming out as a change in picks from Wowzers, and that could certainly pay off in tower control, especially with the Splash Wall from the 52, letting them move up aggressively as both teams just start the game off I'd say pretty slowly, except for Axiom, who does get caught out. And this is looking pretty good for Wowzers at the start of the game here, as they get those 2 picks.
That's the risky run with picking a very aggressive weapon in those Dark Tetras, as you either get in and you get that initial pick, or you're picked first. And considering weapon picks here, the two one tricks are not switching off their weapons, of course. We have the Octobrush on the side of Decay here, and we still have that squeezer from Michiru that you were talking about. So Decay, Axiom trying to redeem themselves for that early engagement, and no, they will fall to Apple, who tried to get that Killer Whale off and just couldn't. In the meantime, with that 3-down situation here, Wowzers looking to be in a great situation, so much so that Michiru looking to, for a place to either get a pick or play down that Splash Wall, now having to back off from Junkie, who lays in, or gets assisting here from that Toxic Mist over from Johan, but a fantastic push so far, still not done, as Bingo was in there for the time being, and finally Decay fends them off. But what a strong start from a team who lost game 1.
Yeah, certainly a huge push. They did not get that checkpoint, though, which is very important, as I think Decay is going to be making quite a statement themselves if they don't get caught out early. One member goes down, now Junkie trying to move up to make up for it. That's going to cause a whole splatter of ink coming out from Wowzers. The blue ink is going everywhere, and that means they're going to get back control of the mid, try and get yet another push started. They don't have that very difficult checkpoint on the right side in front of them this time. That could help them get in. Apple with a nice pick on the left is going to try and move in. 3-down situation yet again. Wowzers is looking completely different from last game as they try and solidify that checkpoint they couldn't get last time.
Yeah, especially in these neutral game engagement, it looks like Apple is sort of the counter to the Dark Tetras here on behalf of the members of Decay who don't have, or sorry, for Wowzers, as they don't have what Decay has in that Dark Tetras. However, Chris and team going to help force a 2 or 3 down situation and get the tower back into mid. Still plenty of time, and all 4 specials currently online for them. They've gotten map control in mid without them. Let's see what they do. The Crab coming out here from Wowzers. It's going to be both the Storm and the Tri-Strike to counter it. And in the back line, they've lost pretty much everyone. I'm not sure how much of that was Apple. It had to be at least a double there. But as mentioned previously, Apple, the answer to that quick aggression and the skirmishing of the team fights there, and they're going to help push it forward here again for Wowzers.
Yeah, Apple's been doing a great job just stopping members of Decay from running at you, and that seems to be exactly what they've been doing. A little bit of a cluster truck going on the low ground over there. The 52 and Crab finding themselves in the same place. The tower is going to move past that checkpoint, not before 3 members go down. Bingo finding themselves as the last one. They were going to get taken out, and that's going to let Decay paint back up the map, but yet another big push, and that's the checkpoint down. So the next push would be extremely dangerous for Decay and is going to incentivize them to just stay alive, continue to put on the aggression, but yet again, Axiom on those Tetras gets caught out early, and that could spell disaster as Wowzers is just continuing to paint the map, continuing to maintain their advantage in the middle, and it feels like Decay just does not have an answer.
Wow, and I wanted to see what Junkie was going to do there. Twice they entered, from our perspective, that right-hand side alley and opted not to pop their Zipcaster. It looked like they were spotted out by Michiru and had to run back using that suction bomb as covered. Michiru, speaking of, going to try and get some picks there with the Trizuka. It will not happen, so as we get close to the minute remaining mark, Michiru going to take that same angle with the support of Apple once again, and Michiru, that longer range threat, is going to take that attention away, importantly, allowing Apple to secure the pick. And yet again, Fusion, Wowzers with another opportunity here to extend their lead in the late stages.
Yep, here we go. The crab comes onto the tower. The crab is going to be the farthest one forward. Flavio's not able to get into that top left. They're just going to be stuck behind the tower. It's going to push slightly forward, some extra points, but all they really need to do at this point is keep the tower ahead. The most important thing is to not wipe too badly. Chris on that flank, though, is able to get 2-3. I don't even know if that was a quad or not, but that was a huge push. Certainly, it's going to be very difficult to get to the tower in overtime. You've got a Zuka, a crab, a whale, and a Booyah potentially coming online soon. Johan in that backline trying to paint up, and that's going to get a 3-down situation. Johan's not able to help. They need to defend the tower, but they're not able to on their own. Now Junkie just riding that tower forward while the rest of their team gets completely wiped. This is looking like a miracle if anything happens, and yeah, Wowzers is going to take that game in dominating fashion.
Yeah, actually very nearly trading wipes. I think Wowzers gets their best push of the game in the end, and they end up being wiped as a result, I think for a relatively worthwhile cause, especially on tower control, as it moves back to spawn at a relatively fixed rate. And so feeling that, I think Wowzers not just getting that strong push, but causing 2 separate 3-down situations in the final 15 to 20 seconds. So building up to effectively a full wipe and then some to ensure there was not going to be much of a tussle in the overtime section of things here. So we will at least be guaranteed a game 4 here, which will secure us Clan Blitz Manta Maria. But for now, we head over to what is not an uncommon Clan Blitz, or in this case, Rainmaker map, and that being Scorch Gorge. And for this one, you have lots of fast-paced action here. I feel like the 52 going to be an especially key piece. The area or the hallway on the top right, just past that ramp, leading to where after the first checkpoint is to your ultimate destination. That's a great spot, great narrow spot to throw down those splash walls. I'm interested again to see if we, from Johan, get the custom jet again, if they want to go with a Splatling. I think the rain there, the storm, is still going to be a good special to play, as particularly in the early stages where they're trying to make it to that first checkpoint. I've seen so many times teams get maybe 2 or 3 points in front of that checkpoint and just miss it, and it ends up costing them when they try to push in overtime and have to work through that checkpoint there. So let's see what the team compositions are, Fusion, if anything has actually changed up.
Yeah, I'm kind of expecting the same thing coming out of Wowzers, at least. The double splash walls, I think, had been key to stopping Decay from just directly holding forward on them. I think Decay certainly has ways to play around it, and they just were not prepared for it in this case. I think they're going to need to use to play more high ground, be a little bit more patient, use things like that Zipcaster or even the Reef Slider to try and just break through those moments when the splash wall users are just going to try and stick there. We saw a more patient opening. Now Axiom trying to move in the right side. The Whale's going to catch up with them, and that's going to take them out. So now 2 men, 3 men down on the side of Decay, and Wowzers is really just taking control of this entire set. Michiru running for that pedestal. They're going to get that dunk. The Booyah's leading the way. The Rainmaker is going, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, that was the important point there. Bingo going to get just past that Toxic Mist. They still have a good bit of real estate to work with, but gets shut down there by Chris. Michiru going to expend the Trizuka here to help pop the Rainmaker shield. There's going to be a suction bomb that gets hit against said shield, and they're not going to make much progress there, as both a Toxic Mist and that Inkstorm is going to block their path, and a little bit of a sacrificial shot there from the teammate of Apple, as the Slushy Machine going to get a pick and fall on the opposite side of the map, but Apple's still in the back line here, trying to see if they can get a pick onto Chris. Surely that's being called out to the rest of their team, but they've already popped the Rainmaker, and they're going to go fully down. That's a full wipe there, and you have to wonder how much havoc Apple is causing in the back line.
Yeah, I think Apple has just gotten so much attention from Decay. They're unable to put together just a coordinated push. It feels like one after another are just falling to the constant pressure, chip damage, and just members just sitting in splash walls on the side of Wowzers. Apple's sharking this ledge, and now because of that, basically that just takes the entire side of the map away from Decay. Decay has to go all the way onto that left side, and now they're going to get collapsed on. Apple trying to push into the base, the Booyah coming in, Bingo and Flabio coming in to finish off the push. The Rainmaker's going to try and move forward, but unfortunately the collapsers are going to become the collapsees as they try and get some extra points. But very strong showing so far from Wowzers.
Yeah, and that was Junkie who came around and tried to start that little skirmish behind the play. They ended up getting a trade as a result there and caused that little bit of distraction that was needed to help secure the Rainmaker from not moving forward. And they may try to do it again here on the Zipcaster, but they're called out and spotted quite quickly as Apple going to be taking them out with the 52. They see Axiom as they try to pop the W slider. It turns into an L instead, and there's still going to be quite a bit of map control that Wowzers will need to contend with and get through here. They actually get out the Tri-Strike. I don't think it's going to pick even off or really be so impactful there as Axiom will fall. A double kill there as the Whale's going to finish off one. The main weapon, two, going to try and look for the third, but they'll miss a shot there onto Chris, who's able to clean things up and slow things down, importantly, leading to a 3-down situation as Michiru for Wowzers has to back off.
Yeah, Chris now finally has some paint over on that right side. The strikes are going to force Decay back. That's just going to get straight through the splash walls. Now they need to get to the checkpoint before the rest of Wowzers filters back in, and they're unable to do so. They get stopped immediately at the checkpoint, and that's really frustrating. Just because you're that single point away. Not only that, you went 3 down in an effort to just try and get that checkpoint. Now the entirety of mid is going to go back to Wowzers. Axiom, despite all of those rolls, is just kind of going to lead Wowzers straight back into their base. Bingo doing some excellent cleanup in the middle of the map, and Decay has just been kind of trickling and trading so far. They really need to get a coordinated push together, get their specials over on that right side. Most importantly, just stay alive for a bit, slow it down, take a deep breath, and tell themselves that they could do this.
Wow, the double-edged sword of playing that Dark Tetris is that you're able to use those rolls to get into areas you wouldn't normally be able to without inking it first, but that also means if you're too far deep and you don't have any rolls to get yourself out of the equation there, the Reef Slider's the only thing you have, and they're going to use it at least to take out the Crab of Bingo, who retaliates with their main weapon, and Chris will get revenge on their behalf. It's going to be the Rainmaker sitting yet again in front of that checkpoint they weren't quite able to clear as Michiru gets the pick, and Axiom doesn't look like it's going to be able to pick up the Rainmakers. They're spotted by 3 out of the 4 members of Wowzers in the final 40 seconds here. Still, Decay with enough members, Junkie included in mid, and enough map control to get jump-ins. But as that Rainmaker resets, it's only going to be 30 minutes, and with no specials, plus losing a member, they're going to have to maybe save their final push for overtime.
Junkie really needs to get a zip off because all of Wowzers is sitting on that high ground. They won't be moving unless something forces them to. And now the rest of Decay is going to try and make their way in. Junkie tries to get a pick with that Zipcaster. They're unable to find it. Now 2, 3 down on the side of Decay. Johan or Axiom, one of them has to grab it. But look at all that fire coming at the Rainmaker. Axiom grabs it in a desperate effort. But Wowzers is going to take that second game.
Boy, the skill ceiling of the Zipcaster, and arguably the skill floor as well, it just feels so high. Like it feels so difficult to master. Top players really even, get into the action and make sort of near perfect placement in terms of where they want to go, and it oftentimes only results in that distraction effort. It doesn't result in the pick. It only, means that 1 or 2 players are going to turn their way and make sure they're splatted before moving on. You mentioned, Fusion, that all Wowzers had to do was really sit back and make sure that they didn't overextend. Maybe the Zipcaster trying to force that overextension, or on the flip side of that, give Decay some room with which to at least get that first checkpoint that they missed on their best push. So really, with a map like this one too, where if you look at the numbers that are typical of hitting a checkpoint, they're in the low 60s, 60 to 62, 63. On this map, 68. So you really don't even have quite as far to go from a numbers perspective to get to that first checkpoint there on the right-hand side. But it does mean that if you don't get it, and that area is well defended by the winning team, you're going to have a tough time entering, especially if one of those pivotal sort of skirmishing specials does not get the value that it so craves.
Yeah, I mean, Scorch Gorge in particular is a very odd map to push on. maybe not odd, but it's certainly a map that you can kind of turtle up on, and if you only pressure from one direction, you're not going to be able to get through. It's very easy to want to stare at that Rainmaker podium or even the clam basket on clams and just try and push through there. But you got 3 weapons that are incredible at holding their ground, 2 splash wall weapons and a sloshing machine. If they just sit there and press ZR at the checkpoint, you cannot get past. You need to take an off angle. That left side, either taking the grates or using something like Zipcaster, really can get them turned around. And I think overall, Decay was kind of playing very, very straight at their face. You know, they're just moving directly towards Wowzers, it's felt like. And I think, you know, on a map like Manta Maria, where there's an opportunity to take the sides, there's both, you know, flanks on the left and right, there's a lot of opportunities for Decay to make their way back in ways that Wowzers is not expecting, especially with weapons as dangerous at close range as Octobrush and Tetra.
Well, with the description of the map and mode in mind, a quick score update for you all. On the other side here, Inspirational Gameplay has ended up sweeping through the #1 overall seed Sonder and sent them down to the loser's side of our top 4 here. So they're down but not out. But another upset here coming in from a team that has had basically nothing but 3-0s throughout the day. You can see there on your screen 3-0ing K-Bots Kids and TatsuGAYri before this particular matchup. So whoever comes out of the series we're currently watching, that is certainly an intimidating stat to look at. Overall, 9-0 in games on the day and looking to be in prime position here in our winners finals after this set concludes.
Yeah, certainly Inspirational Gameplay is a team made up of very talented players, and being able to make their way into finals, especially for Wowzers as someone who's like a 14 seed, I think, 15 seed actually, would be quite the feat. We do see a heavy Splatling coming out from Decay, and I actually very much like this. I think when you run something like the Jet Squelcher, it becomes less valuable when Jet's a very flimsy weapon. It doesn't finish kills, so when you have something that can hide behind a splash wall at a moment's notice and you're not able to follow up on them, same with your teammates, it can lose a little bit of value, especially with the grates here. I love the heavy Splatling pick, and it seems to be working out pretty okay for Decay, as one of them's already in their base, the little 7 off on the side of the cam there as Axiom cleans up mid.
Yeah, we're going to see Junkie here on the Ink Brush, and this is a weapon that, as opposed maybe to other games, has really gotten its due. It's got a strong kit in that Splat Bomb and the Killer Whale, and for large linear maps like this one, it can really move around. It does get picked off there as we see Michiru trying to take some of the space back. We'll also get the pick there onto Axiom. That's a 3-down situation with just the Neo Splash remaining, and with 15 total clams at the disposal, they may wait for an entry special here, and they have at least a crab to try and get that going here. That's going to be Bingo getting a couple shots, and they'll get them with the alternate fire onto Johan, and it'll be Michiru once again pushing forward. They'll get the break, and they've also gotten everyone but that Ink Brush down, and so nobody quite yet to defend as Wowzer scrambles for more clams.
Yeah, Johan on that Grates is going to try and get some picks, but they end up dropping, and now that's going to be disaster as Apple with the Splash Roll takes out 2 or maybe even 3 on that in that pit. Flabio not able to get that final pick, but a large push to start the game, and this trickle is not ending, or the stagger. Wowzers is just locking Decay into their base. Johan doesn't have a way to get in. They're trying to figure out what to do, but if they don't do anything right now, the clams are just going to keep on coming. Another push started for Wowzers.
Boy, yeah, the trouble for the Heavy is you've got some decent high ground situations, but you really like being on this wall right here and also on the grates, because you have a basically 360 pathway and view of the entirety of mid. And so if you're able to get your anchor player, that Heavy up there, not only allows them to build up that wave breaker special, but it gives some great opportunities for callouts as we spectate Chris here trying to get some clams back on their side. It's going to be the Killer Whale coming out once again from Junkie as Axiom pushes forward with that Reef Slider, truly holding W as they stop with an assist. Michiru from pulling out that Trizuka and firing a shot here. They have enough clams for the power. Will they be able to combine them in time? That's yet another pick, it looks like, there onto Wowzers, and so there is the first pop of the barricade for Decay, who has some decent follow-up, but that's going to be a full wipeout. Strong defense here from Wowzers, who retains the lead.
Oh, that was so unfortunate. Decay somehow managed to get it in after spending a very long time juggling those clams. It was raining for a bit there. But Decay manages to nearly tie it up, and they don't need too much more in order to tie the game, which is certainly a better rebound than they have had in games 2 and 3. But nonetheless, Wowzers is back in mid, has a lot of paint control, and now has Apple trying to push up on this left side and get something started. Unable to, never mind, they are able to, and that's 3 down yet again onto Decay. Apple has been unstoppable for Wowzers. Yet another pick on that Splatling. They're going to get the power clam in, and so many extra clams coming in for Wowzers, but they're going to find themselves in the face of that ink brush and a full wipe, which we haven't really seen this game against Wowzers so far. Is going to give Decay a big opportunity to get to the basket before Wowzers does.
Yeah, again, that concept of a double-edged sword there. Now Decay with better map control in mid and 22 total clams. I think Apple, knowing Junkie is there, and it's not going to matter as Junkie will find the pick. They're going to allow themselves to get right next to the basket. They're going to get a couple more picks there. Bingo and Flobio going to fall. Do they have enough clams? I think one more will get them the lead, and they will. That's going to be just over a minute left. The extension, not just of the lead, but up to 26. They're jumping in with the power clam as well. That pity clam, will it fall? Yes! With 2 more clams, they can get the win. It's just the Dark Tetras left, but I don't think they're close enough, nor do they have the clams in their possession to finish this one off quite yet in a knockout. It's going to be almost 2 power clams worth of a penalty, but for Decay, who needs this victory to keep themselves alive in the set, certainly worthwhile.
Yeah, now this side with Flobio is going to be a must defend for Decay. Constantly, it's been Apple or another member of Wowzers trying to push up there, and if they got up there, they're able to flank around and get a huge pick. Yet again, Apple on that left side gets a pick. The Booyah Bomb is going to take one member of Decay out, but no one is moving forward just yet. Chris is sharking in the street trying to stop this push because one of them needs to run in without a special. Wowzers needs to make a move because they are out of specials at this point. 7 seconds left on the timer. They're waiting for an opportunity to get in, waiting for this crab tank from Bingo. Bingo trying to get up, but they're not able to quite help the push. And now there's a fight going on the left, but the main fight is going on the other side with the power clams. They're going to try and run their way towards the basket. The Booyah is here. It finally comes in. Those 2 power clams are ready. Apple dunks one, tries to get the second one. They're not able to. They're collapsed on by Decay. 21-6. Now Flobio runs for that ball. They're not going to get it. And Decay is going to hang on to this game just barely.
That would have been the hero play of the century if Flobio had been able to climb up the wall with 3 guns pointed at them, pick up that power clam, and it would have been enough to take the lead from 21 down to 1, but it was not meant to be. So they will be forced to play another game here at the end of this set. It'll be us going to game 5 out of 5 between Wowzers and Decay, both teams having moments of brilliance in this set so far, and it will culminate with yet another one-zone map, the way we started it this time over on Mako Mart.
Yeah, we are certainly back on Mako Mart. A very common zones map, and I'm kind of curious if we are going to see those double splash walls yet again, because while the comp that Wowzers has been pulling out is pretty good on modes where you need to move all the time and modes that aren't paint-centric, this is a paint-centric mode, and it's certainly going to be difficult to get back in if what you have are splash walls and I'd say a bunch of kind of like incidental specials. The triple ink strikes or the crab tanks are going to be kind of key for getting back into the zone here, and I'm wondering if Wowzers is going to change things up or they're just going to kind of stick with their guns, because as game 1 went, Decay was kind of on top of zones, and I'm wondering if Wowzers, if they're feeling like they've adapted or whether they feel like the last game was just, you know, a mistake on their part.
Well, and the proverbial flamenco dance between the flankers and your backline or anchor players really comes to fruition here. There's so many different levels and alleyways and boxes that you can sort of shark on and hang out on as we see Junkie going back over to that Octobrush. Just a one-time thing. We're also going to see the return of the C-Jet from Johan on the other side of things. Not many surprises here. They still have of course, Squeezer from Michiru, and they have the double vanilla splash comp, so they're really going to be using that verticality to try and get as many crab tanks as possible. However, that's going to be an effective 3-down situation without even using said crabs as Junkie contents himself heading over to Wowzer's spawn.
Yeah, Junkie's going to get behind them, and that's certainly a decent opportunity, but unless you really can find a way to pinch, it just kind of ends up wasting some time. Now with that rain and the Zipcaster coming in, Decay tries to make a attempt at zone, but that's not going to get anything done. 2 members go down before any progress is even made, and now Decay has a timer on them, only 40 seconds left on the clock. They're going to need to paint up on the right side, but Flavio on this machine has been impossible for them to deal with. The Booyah comes out. That's going to net them a trade, and that's still going to work in Wowzer's favor, as multiple members are going to be able to stay alive. Some paint. Squeezer's not able to do all that much paint, so it's going to be up to Michiru to try and get a big pick here. The Reef Slider paints a ton, though. Axiom's going to grab back that zone, despite Wowzer's still hanging on to most of the control.
That was a gigantic Reef Slider, actually, positioned just perfectly to where they were able to get on both sides of that cushion, that pillow, and were able to take over the zone, giving a huge penalty over to Wowzers, who, despite only losing 4 points on the opposite side of things, now having to work through a full other team fight, at least, if not 2, against Decay. And now here comes that same one. It's going to have the same effect here, only the Inkstorm helping out a little bit. It's primarily once again going to be the paint of the Reef Slider securing the zone once again, and that's going to allow Axiom and the rest of the team to move forward here with a little bit of an offensive. One of the first times we've seen them be on the upper hand here, as Axiom gets a couple of shots on a couple members of Wowzers, but can't pick up a full kill.
Yeah, Axiom needs to be very careful. It feels like as soon as they started playing more aggressive, things started going poorly. But Junkie with an excellent shark, able to get 2 very nice picks on all of Wowzers clumped up on that ledge, and that's going to be huge. Wowzers is going to have to back up, take yet another shot, and from this high ground, I think that Decay is going to have a lot of advantage here. But unfortunately, Junkie, that main high ground advantage with the brush, is going to go down. Now Axiom on the flank is going to get behind them, try and get a pick. They're not able to find it. Wowzers finds them in time, and just before the lead swaps, Wowzers is going to grab back that zone, and yet again we have a repeat of the start of the game. Junkie is on their own on that right side. They're going to run behind them, and it's not going to work out. So now Decay has to make a move.
Is it really a zones game on Mako Mart if it doesn't devolve at some point into 3 members of each side just heinously painting the zone as much as they can with their main weapons? And it was close too, but Wowzers holding onto the lead. Still actually plenty of time in this one on the clock here. We've got just under 2 minutes left, and that was a 3-down situation forced against Wowzers here. The last member being Michiru all the way over on that left-hand side by the pillow, who was using that tri-strike, not getting too much out of it. And Johan now in a pretty strong position here, just sitting on the zone itself, but can make use of the boxes here as well. Should be able to build up another storm on top of that, but Michiru looks like going to be the one trying to force entry here with a splash wall. It's going to be Flobio again on the machine, backed up by Bingo on that crab, which will allow them to turn the zone back over here. Both teams kind of at a stalemate, benefiting mostly Wowzers, who, as time ticks down, loves to just give those larger and larger penalties over to Decay to make a comeback that much more difficult.
Yeah, every time this happens, the penalty gets lower, so people need to make a move faster and faster. The strikes come in. Junkie's on the flank. They're going to find a pick, look for a second one, but the Booyah Bomb coming out from Flavio is going to save them there. Axiom still on the flank, not able to find anything. The rain comes in. Wowzers is hanging onto the zone. The timer is running out in this case. Apple trying to stop Junkie from getting to the zone. It goes back to neutral somehow. Decay has almost neutralized it, but they're not able to do it. Wowzers is going to clean up the middle of the zone. Jumps are going to come back in for Decay, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get back to the zone, and Wowzers is going to make it to winners finals.
There was a world, too, in which Decay held on to their longest push of the game and took that lead and were able to retain it all the way through. But what a fantastic job. I think Wowzers the better team overall in that Game 5, but definitely flashes of brilliance from Decay. Wowzers, again, we remind you, being seeded 15th at the start here, they're going to now make it to winners finals. This one being an upset, they're going to go up against a team who also, by seeding, forced an upset, and that is going to be against the, I believe, Inspirational gameplay. So that one will be best of 5. That's what we'll likely go to next, but we have to give credit where credit is due, and Decay certainly not out of this one yet, as they will take on Sonder, the number 1 overall seed here in our losers round 1. And again, those losers games are best of 3, so the stakes even higher, the mistakes potentially that much more costly, and both of them vying for their shot to make it back into grand finals and potentially force a bracket reset.
Yeah, I think that this match in winners finals, I feel like inspirational gameplay. I feel like, in my gut, I feel like they would come off as the stronger team, but Wowzers has been looking very strong, and I'm curious how that's going to end up playing out. But I think the match that I'm very curious about is Decay versus Sonder, because after getting 3-0'd by inspirational gameplay, I'm wondering if the new and improved Decay is going to be able to stand up to them and make their way onto losers finals and potentially all the way back to winners. But we're going to be seeing that winners match first, of course.
Yeah, and taking a look really quick at the maps that we're going to be seeing, we're going to start out on Tower Control Eeltail Alley. We'll also be guaranteed to see Rainmaker on Museum de Alfonsino. Museum, kind of like Scorch Gorge, very popular for both Rainmaker and Clam Blitz. And speaking of that mode, it will be Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge. Actually, Game 3, our last guaranteed map and mode for Winners Finals. If necessary, we will go to zones on Umami Ruins. And if a Game 5 is necessary, we'll run it back to Tower Control on Sturgeon Shipyard. So a very interesting swath of maps. You have some staples in their fusion, and you have some that are a little kind of off the wall or just flat out newer.
Yeah, Tower Control Eeltail is one we don't see all that much. We saw it quite a bit towards the start of the game, but hadn't seen it much recently. It's a super cramped actual hallway. Everyone calls the maps hallways, but this one is actually a hallway. And this is certainly going to... this is a map that's just going to end in like 30 seconds, or it's gonna last all 5 minutes, or 5 minutes plus. It's a map that's just so easy to snowball on, but the last bit of the map is so difficult to push through. If you don't get it immediately, I don't think you're ever going to get it.
Yeah, and I kind of like the games that are like that. You either establish a really strong start, you get maybe the 3 down to the full wipeout, and you are just able to get all the way through in the first minute or so. It's a little more difficult to do on Tower Control with those checkpoints. You're guaranteed sort of to have 3, 4, maybe 5 team fights in there, depending on how quickly you're able to move that tower, and how quickly the enemy team is able to get back, if they have super jumps or anything. But as we look forward in the set toward that Rainmaker and that Clam Blitz game, those are the ones that could really be super, super fast. And we haven't really seen it so far in the matches that we've casted. Most of the ones we've seen have been kind of back and forth battles. Of course, starting with a one that goes to game 5 out of 5 is a great start for that. And it's also setting up some expectations for later on when we see, more of these teams duke it out head to head. But, if you take a look at Wowzers' roster, they have that double splash wall that they like to run with the Squeezer and the 52. They also can, move things over as well. You have Bingo sort of as one of their meta style players. You have those main meta weapons like the Vanilla Splash, you have the Sloshing Machine, and it gives you a little bit of comfort that you're going to have those super strong kits, the specials, the Crab Tank and the Booyah Bomb, to go along with some things that seem quite good and that are played quite often on Tower Control. Killer Whale, of course, being one of them, with it being the only global special in the game currently.
Yeah, I think that the Killer Whale, certainly, while it has the impressive range, it's not the most effective, I'd say, influential special on, I guess, how the overall game plays out. Something that does have a lot of say over how the games are going to play out, especially on Tower Control, are going to be those triple ink strikes as well as the crab tanks. Eeltail was kind of infamous, particularly with Rainmaker, of people pushing up ahead with crabs on that bridge and pressing the button, and then the objective moves up behind them and you could not do anything about it. Of course, strikes being, you use them on the tower to absolutely, without a doubt, clear them off. Those are certainly going to be ways that you're going to be able to stop the tower. And on this map, because there are so few ways back in, they're going to kind of be needed as a bit of a crutch on defense. I think that, whichever team loses mid at the start of the game is going to find themselves in a very awkward position as they try and move back in against either Inspirational Gameplay, who I believe is going to be running a Charger, because I think that's Bandit on their team, and Wowzers with the multiple splash rolls are going to be very difficult to move in on.
Yeah, and I think especially starting, as you mentioned, on Eeltail Alley with multiple of the ranked modes, you get that additional sort of low bridge in the center of the map to go along with the one that basically runs the entirety of that center section, going all the way back and staying as a high ground, but turning and morphing somewhat into almost the spawn area of the team. So controlling that, quite important. Some folks are able to do it just by farming up that crab tank that you mentioned, or using specials to lock out the, as you mentioned, very tight passageways to get to the members on the other side. So whether it's the main weapon of an anchor player or the special itself, that's going to be one of the areas you're going to want to control. It gives you that high ground. It gives you the ability to call out to your teammates where someone might be going. And especially as this is another somewhat linear map, of course, not quite the size, the overall scope of something like a Manta Maria, but just with how linear it can be. Certainly important when you see, of course, the one moving the tower, that you call out who's around the tower, if anybody is pushing up, as you mentioned, if anybody's trying to skirmish ahead of the tower just to clear room for it. And we, in the previous set, have already seen the ways in which some teams have done that, occasionally with not unconventional weapons, but just ones that have not emerged really as the height of the meta, like the Octobrush. And then we had the Dark Tetras, which has remained popular. Splatana has also done that quite a bit, and that was something that I was wondering if we would see last set, was either the Wiper or the Stamper, with the Wiper becoming more popular than it had been in the most recent patch. I think finally the buffs, the slow buffs to the Hammer finally caught up with it and gave it a bit more leeway, and it's got deceptive range on it. It's got quite strong range. So if you want to send that up either on top of that bridge, or if you want to keep it on the DL, as the kids say. I don't know if the kids say that anymore. I'm 30 now, so I'm quite out of touch here. So but either way, it kind of has the functionality of both. It can send its way forward with the hammer. A lot of folks like to just throw the hammer. They don't even bother with kind of slapping the hammer down, as it were. They just like to sort of throw it and go on with their day, and sometimes it gets picked and sometimes it doesn't. So we'll see if any shakeups arise in the compositions of either team today.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious, because rather than, I guess, compositions shakeups, I think TC, Eeltail, and Zone Zumami are certainly just going to be interesting enough on their own. We don't see all that many Chargers, so I would like to see Bandit hit some very nice shots and hold the zone. I think Eeltail and Zone Zumami are both very strong maps for that ZF Charger. I am wondering if we are going to be seeing that going into winners finals here. So they did 3-0 Sonder, which is certainly very impressive. I believe Sonder went 3-2 in their match before it. So inspirational gameplay, kind of showing they're a league above so far, and wondering if they're going to be able to finish it out.
Yeah, interestingly, to a lot of folks, I think the Z plus F Splat Charger or Splatter Scope was arguably the best weapon that came out of that patch. It's got such a different kit. It's in parts reminiscent of the Firefin with that splash wall. It's got some painting capability there with the triple ink strike, which has really come into favor despite the mixed reactions to it. Some people still believe it's really bad. Some people believe it's like something that you shouldn't pick all the time. And we've seen that reflected in compositions, right? When they're making the choice between, do we stick with just one vanilla splash and some other stuff? Do we go with the double vanilla splash to have like one focus on crab and one focus on offense? And then we've seen some teams go for one V splash and then either that Neo Splash or the Tenatech. We were talking a bit about the differences between the two and how the T-Tech likes to be more aggressive, the Neo Splash likes to be more of that support style of gameplay. And from that suite, again, I think that if you want a Charger, Tower Control gives lots of opportunities for Chargers to excel. They can hide the good portion of their body by right peeking on the tower against that pole. but they just haven't been popular backlining weapons, and backliners, although resurging a little bit, still are falling back on those supportive weapons like the vanilla splash. So we'll see if whether it's a splatling, a splatter scope. We've seen, of course, the jet squelcher, the C-Jet come out a little bit, and that's slowly been gaining in popularity across some maps and modes. I think Rainmaker has been quite popular on as a way to either counter a push or aid in a push because of the length of that special and how long that it allows you to continue getting that small but mighty, you could call it, buff in the ink that's falling under you. It helps out a little bit, and so that's sort of what you want your anchor player to do, is try and get those picks and also just be able to support from anywhere on the map that they can still be safe.
Yeah, the meta has been kind of developing in some interesting ways. People have been switching away from weapons that are kind of high risk, high reward. People are very intent on playing weapons that I guess have, they're more, not middling weapons. They're just more consistent weapons. They're not as high rolly, I guess, and they're weapons like Splash-O-Matic and Machine, which have strong situation, or have like basically strong matchups against pretty much everything. They just are very useful in a lot of situations, and there's no situation where they're totally out of it, compared to like Charger, which if you miss your shots, well, if you miss one shot while they're rushing you, then that's really unfortunate. If someone flanks behind, then you're not able to really team up and finish them off as well as any of those other weapons would. So, over time, people are kind of avoiding those weapons, but they certainly have a place. We've been seeing ballpoint recently, as well as the occasional Charger, especially on certain maps. But ZF Charger in particular, I think, could have a place in the metagame because of that splash wall. It has a displacement special with the Ink Strike and that splash wall, so it's extra difficult for them to push out. It kind of mitigates some of the weaknesses that the Charger usually has. And may help it show up a little bit more in the future. But finally, we are going to be hopping into it. I'm ready to get going. Tower control on Eeltail Alley.
All right, let's see what these teams have brought to the table. Inspirational gameplay here in the pink. Going to have the 96 Galdeco, so a special that we didn't even talk about, that Kraken Royale, along with the Splash Wall. They're going to have two, as Moldy Panda does indeed go for the Z plus F Splat Charger there on the opposite side of things. Pretty much what we expected. They do opt for the double crab here, so they're going to have one online already as the 10 attack for Inspirational gameplay gets picked, and now it's going to be Flobio trying to push forward and make sure Moldy Panda cannot get into prime positioning here. They still have an angle at the tower, though. They're going to retreat back through that uninkable walkway, and it's actually going to result in a trade here, as it's going to be Wowzers pushing the tower first.
Yeah, that's a massive trade because it means there's not a machine flanking these members of Inspirational gameplay. But nonetheless, Wowzers is still going to come out on top in that fight. The tower is going to remain slightly forward in neutral, but with some extra specials online that could change now as Apple tries to move their team forward with that crab tank, able to find a pick over on that right side to help Flobio move in, but they run directly into the blender. Two members go down. Apple able to find a pick on that Charger, try and make the most of this very tough situation before Inspirational gameplay gets the painted mid and gets a push of their own started.
Yeah, Apple did all they could there to try and pull off the 180 and get that pick. Unfortunately, when you jump, your shot spread that's so good on the Splash-O-Matic does start to deviate quite a bit. So not finding those shots on April, and they had a crab tank as a result. It's going to help them try and secure some control in mid there. That's going to be one going down there on the side of Wowzers. This Inspirational gameplay at the first checkpoint. Going to use the tri-strike here as Moldy Panda has to back off and reassert themselves on top of the tower. Seeing Michiru over-threatening to go across that walkway, getting closer as well to the lead, and they back off, I guess because Nick is facing a little bit of heat there, but they want to make sure they get the lead, and they will. They just barely grab it as before Moldy Panda backs off yet again. Nick finding the pick, though, that they needed, and looking for another one as the crab is going to expire, and now pushing forward, just now getting to that second checkpoint. It felt like Fusion, they were very patient with when they were going to push and made sure that their teammates didn't need any help before they continued moving that OBJ.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Inspirational gameplay kind of chilling behind those splash walls, using their specials to just wait and let that Kraken come in, stalling the fights until the 96 scale was able to get in and help them finish it off. So that's 2 checkpoints down. They're not able to get that third, which is of course going to be the most difficult to get through. But staying alive, I think, is very important for inspirational gameplay at this point. Multi-Panda, the last one in mid, as Wowzers is going to try and move in and just snuff out that charger before things get too bad. But unfortunately, Multi-Panda is going to find that pick, and that is going to shut down all of that momentum from Wowzers.
Yeah, kind of sitting in the neutral game at the moment as nobody has any specials currently online. Despite that inspirational gameplay, going to opt to move the tower once more. Multi-Panda getting close to that tri-strike, not able to spot anyone out as one member of Wowzer is going to jump back. A teammate will clean up the splat there on the sloshing machine, looking for the splat onto the squeezer, and Michiru will go down as the triple ink strike will come out. Multiple, in fact, just to make sure that they've got this area behind the uninkable bridge secured. Did they make it fully past that checkpoint? I didn't see it come up, and it looks like it just barely did. So that is massive for inspirational gameplay, who does not have to worry about that any longer. Wowzers, with under a minute and a half left, they have one special with that crab, but is it going to be enough? Michiru 2 with that Trizuka, not able to find anything, but it's going to be a 3v3 trade as Wowzers will need to set up at some point for what hopes to be the lead taking push.
The first 2 Zukas didn't find it, but the delayed third one was able to get that pick, and now Jump's coming in. Nick jumps in, and that's going to be 3 down onto the side of inspirational gameplay. The Charger is going to have to back up into their base, and this is a big opportunity with crab tanks online. That means that the tower is going to have a lot of free space. Michiru is going to need a very big pick with this Ingazuka to stop the Charger or other members of Wowzers from shutting them down, but they're not able to find it. The tower stops much before reaching that final checkpoint, and now Wowzers is going to end up going 3 down. Apple is stuck between a rock and a hard place, and inspirational gameplay shuts that down and just hangs on to that final checkpoint. They have a little bit of wiggle room, but they're still going to be need a lot of paint control and a lot of presence in mid to hold off Wowzers.
Yeah, I think not a bad trade at all to lose one of those checkpoints, but to pretty securely retain the lead. That trade going to come out as well on Michiru there, as they're trying to push the tower even forward to make it that much more difficult for Wowzers to attempt an overtime push here. Importantly, Nick will fall with the tri-strike active. It's going to be the Kraken Royale to try and be the GG weapon, and it will on top of the tri-strike coming out there. And with that, inspirational gameplay going to take game 1 here on Eeltail Alley with a pretty dominant game 1.
Yeah, there is no overtime in tower control if your opponents know how to play it right, especially with something like a Kraken and that triple ink strike. Being sure to stay alive and just continue to play the neutral game the way they've been doing the whole game is kind of what sealed out that game. You really just don't want to get ahead of yourself, try and get too aggressive, or just back off and give the enemy too much space. So they just continued playing like the game was going on until overtime struck. And yeah, we're going to be moving to Rainmaker on Museum de Alfonsino, which is certainly a much wider map, and I think teams are going to have to rely a lot less on specials coming into this one.
Yeah, it certainly has, the basics, I think, of a strong, somewhat neutral game map, because mid is so important to control in this one. I think there's, drop downs that are particularly pretty obvious. You have the one that's all the way to the right side where you spawn in, that drop down. You have to make sure that nobody is on there, especially with a longer range weapon, trying to pick anyone who's coming down from your left-hand side of spawn, or that overlook. If you have a Charger player, for example, that's a great way to maintain control of mid. That Z plus F could get that extra protection as well with the splash wall. Same thing for Michiru there, just not in the same positioning. I think being able to dance around that middle cylinder and be able to set up engagements the way you want to is going to allow you to get the picks that proc you to get a Rainmaker push. Although inspirational gameplay, noted in game 1 that they didn't wait all the time for that pick. They just kind of said, hey, we're going to force you to make a move by getting on the objective and pushing it forward, so it takes you that much longer if you want to try and stop us. And then also, have to come all the way back to mid on that objective, all the way forward, and will have respawned by that time and will be able to take you up in a fight, especially when you're in a situation where you have the lead. That can be dangerous, of course, because you can get wiped, but for a team that feels confident in their gameplay, like Inspirational gameplay, it's a strategy that certainly worked for them.
Yeah, we do see that 96 still. I'm curious who this is on the side of Inspirational gameplay. Let me take a quick look at that roster yet again. That is Evolution the One. I guess we just go by that. They're 1, 2, 3. But both teams are going to start out pretty neutral here. It's a bit of a death pit in the middle of the map as both teams kind of struggle to get that paint on the board. But it looks like Inspirational gameplay is going to be the one who comes out ahead. The Crab Tank as well as the Charger moving up are going to allow that Rainmaker to get a very early first checkpoint. So now that that's happened, the Kraken comes in. Now members of Wowzers can't just sit around and wait for this to happen, and that's going to be yet another breath of fresh air for Inspirational gameplay as they're going to begin moving up and try and continue this push.
Yeah, your team's not always in a position to get across that middle area, as we see Nick getting a huge push forward, leaping across that cylinder, getting over, picking up the Rainmaker, and taking it from the mid-60s down to 34. So they turn a great push in the opening minute to a fantastic push in the opening minute, just to the right side of that pillow, taking it down below half. And of course, with that checkpoint gone, they're not going to have to worry about it in the future, as Bingo going to opt to pick it up here a little bit risky. As you can see just how much control over mid Inspirational gameplay still retains, despite losing April somewhere in that fight. And now for Wowzers, with both of your splashes going down and a lot of your range being taken out of the equation, Michiru again not having the Trizuka quite yet, just getting it now and being chased down by a Kraken. It's going to be a rough position here as Flobio trying to expend the Booyah Bomb to survive. Looks like they went down regardless, backed up by the Tri-Strike, and so far with another push, it's been all Inspirational gameplay.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 presses the Kraken button, says run away, and all of Wowzers asks how far. The entirety of the team backs all the way into their base after the invincibility button comes out, and that's going to let Inspirational gameplay move up, take the enemy plat. They're taking their time here. Their push isn't going to be a big deal until they move farther, so they're focusing on taking out members of Wowzers, and they do just that. 2 members going down. Flavio's the last one. They run for the Rainmaker. They're not able to find it. Now it's a race to the finish as they try and make the Rainmaker to the pedestal. They do get taken out just before they're able to dunk it here. It's a 2v3 situation, but there's a Kraken in the mix. They're going to run for it yet again and not able to get a dunk. Inspirational gameplay does bring it all the way down to 1 with a massive push, and Wowzers has their back against the wall.
High risk, high reward. I mean, in some situations, you like to take the Kraken and have them be the one to pick up the Rainmaker, because in theory, you can just ride that momentum up the wall there, up the pedestal. But on the flip side of that, it takes away the threat there. It takes away the invincibility. And maybe if your Kraken is ending, that's a good option to take. But if there's a little bit left in the tank, you maybe wonder there, as we see the Crab get sniped out of said Crab, if you have your teammate pick it up instead to be able to push forward while you continue to provide that offensive presence. But nevertheless, it gets them all the way down to 1. So Wowzers needing a full knockout in order to get that going. They still haven't broken through the first checkpoint yet. And as Michiru and Apple, who's actually carrying the Rainmaker, being besieged upon or being attacked here by this Tri-Strike, and with one getting essentially backed all the way out to spawn, Michiru using a splash wall to survive. They retain their special charge here, but a minute and a half left, and it's a far cry away for being in a position to knock out against Inspirational Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Wowzers has had just such a hard time getting back in. They're not able to fully clear out members of Inspirational gameplay. Mature trying to stay on this high ground. I think they're doing a good job painting up, helping their team get back into mid. But look at that. There's just an entire fortress with weapons coming out on all angles from top mid. The Crab Tank and the Charger are just unstoppable, and no one on Wowzers is able to stop it. It feels like they're just unable to get in against it, and Bingo dropping into that splash wall, not able to find anything. And it looks like Bandits and the rest of Inspirational gameplay are just dominating in the middle of the map. It feels like unless Wowzers take some sort of off angle, they're not going to be able to even get onto their plat.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. They're playing with their food at this point. Moldy Panda hitting a pretty crispy shot through the Rainmaker, not having the best visibility there and still able to get the pick. Michiru, you can see coming around for the flank there. It looks like Bingo trying to keep things occupied here. They're going to be attacked by that Kraken Royale, the only defense there. And now having to back off here is Inspirational gameplay without that special with 2 members down. They are going to probably have to defend something in overtime if Wowzers can get that popped, and they will. But this is probably going to be it as far as pushes go. So the countdown of 60 seconds before the Inksplosion has started here. It's 4v4 gameplay, but that's a nice pick there by Michiru. That's another pick there on the Charger. 3-down situation. It's just going to be April there on that B-Splash to try and get things going. They have a bit of trouble getting up the checkpoint, and that's going to allow, importantly, a couple extra seconds for Inspirational gameplay to respawn here as this push continues to go forward.
Flavia tries to move forward, but members of Inspirational gameplay are able to get here in time. April moves in towards the Rainmaker, gets a pick, but isn't able to get all the way to the Rainmaker. 2 members alive at this point, and Inspirational gameplay is going to be getting in faster. The Kraken comes in, and now you better run for your life. As Nick on that or 1-2-3 on the Kraken is going to be able to finish off that game. Wowzers has a opportunity to, push there, but it feels like that one push earlier in the game from Inspirational gameplay just made the bar way too high to ever possibly reach in overtime.
What was it you said, Fusion? Something about pushing the invincibility button to get that free kill essentially there. And they, that was essentially what ended the game in part because I think they took a little bit longer than they would have liked to make it to that checkpoint. That was exactly the way that they wanted to go in terms of getting the 3-down situation. They forced it, I think, against the right players too. It was just April Alive who had the vanilla splash and wasn't quite at that crab yet, so there wasn't that risk of them getting taken out at the first checkpoint. Of course, you don't want to, as that last player alive, trickle in and maybe feed both your life and also your special that has that exceptional range, especially when you know they need a full knockout in order to win. But it was a tall order regardless. Wowzers would have had to take out that 96 Deco multiple times, including when they did in that 3-down situation, but again to ensure that they didn't get the Kraken off in order to secure that one. So now it's going to require a reverse sweep here for Wowzers as we go to yet another potentially hectic map mode combination in Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge.
Yeah, things are looking a little bit grim for Wowzers at this point. Clam Blitz is an even tougher mode to push in on, but they certainly did pretty well on this last time and on Rainmaker. So we will see if they're able to kind of bring back that magic here. We do see the 52 gal coming out for Wowzers, double splash wall coming out there. While we see the same thing on the other side. They've been very content to, Inspirational gameplay has been very content to run that Kraken, and they've been using it not so much for a free kill, but just kind of, a question that needs an answer or has no answer, right? They're moving in with that Kraken so that it can't be challenged, to allow other members on the team to pinch with it. And that's been very valuable so far, but it looks like Wowzers is actually going to be the first ones taking an advantage here as they get 2 down and begin a push of their own. And here comes that Kraken we mentioned.
Yeah, Bingo not able to tame the Kraken. It looks like they help with at least a couple, trying to find another there on Michiru, who has to throw the Power Clam away for the time being. They will end up getting the pick and jump to a teammate here. Smart move to stay alive and, of course, retain that special charge that they've built up. And now it's going to be Inspirational gameplay with the upper hand here, as it's just going to be the one Power Clam going in for Wowzers that will temporarily give them the lead. However, not all is lost here. A couple specials ready on the defensive side for Wowzers. The Crab going to go up. They have a second one at the ready, and here comes the Trizuka as well. That just barely goes to the left-hand side of Nick. Bingo going down there, so it's a 2v3 situation for the team that would be attackers, and it was the push that never was, as that 96 gal once again trying to move back and stay alive just to retain whatever piece of that Kraken that they can have. It's built up here. They're going to try and find a pick. It may be a little bit too late. Apple sharking around getting the pick, but it's a bloodbath here as they continue to trade out their ones.
Yeah, I mean, Wowzers has certainly looked very strong so far this game comparatively, but nonetheless, that Kraken, as well as other specials coming out from Inspirational gameplay, are proving to really just be a timer. If you don't make a move, the buttons are going to be pressed, the right sticks are going to go in, and the tides are going to shift. and that's what's been happening so far. Nick getting a very nice pick on top mid. That's 3 down onto the side of Wowzers. Nick now trying to move in. They have the triple ink strikes online, and they're going to try and set up a big push with a lot of clams online for inspirational gameplay.
Tide goes out, as they say, as Nick holding on to just till the last second that third throw of the tri-strike. It will be enough to get them the lead, but a 3-down situation again here as the ZNF Charger trying to get out with their live Moldy Panda having to hold the S key and back out, but it's not enough, and that's a late pick here and a great pick for Wowzers, who's trying to take it back, and they will. The Trizuka coming out once again and on top of the Killer Whale 5.1. And so multiple ways and multiple specials here for Wowzers, who's happy to throw everything in the kitchen sink at this push to make sure that they get the lead past the 50 mark. And finally, on the back of April and Moldy Panda, they're able to clean things up. However, it's going to take not just the power clam, but also about 3/4 of a power clam's worth of clams from Inspirational Gameplay to try and get that lead back. However, with 4 specials ready to go, April being one of the first ones to pop, not quite finding the pick and actually almost falling off the map there, but April not deterred. They're going to force a fight against Bingo, win it, and then on the back of the tri-strike, go forward here with 16 clams held by their team. The power clam is going to go in. Let's see if they can steal that lead.
And they do steal that lead just back. Inspirational Gameplay continuing the push. They're running out of clams. Moldy Panda has a few on board. You can see them staggering the clams to keep that timer active. They're waiting for that power clam to come in. Nick gets that super jump in. Only 3 more clams online. Inspirational Gameplay has those clams, and they make it to the basket while the fight's going on. They manage to sneak in with those extra clams and seal off that 3-0 and a trip to Grand Finals.
That's one of the marks, I think, of a strong team is their patience under fire here. And we saw that both on the offensive and the defensive side. Not just that, but also the ability to, after losing a lead, to recover quickly and make sure that their next fight was impactful. And they, I think, popped their specials at the right time. I think they had their specials at the right time because they sort of live and die as a team. A lot of their fights are sort of all in, or they lose everybody and know to back off. We saw Moldy Panda doing that in an effort to try and stay alive. That was one of the only times that Wowzers got in, was when Moldy Panda was the last one surviving. Tried to run away, just didn't have the paint and the speed to get away. They fall as a result, and on the back of that, plus the 3-down situation they forced earlier, Wowzers takes the lead. But Inspirational Gameplay coming back and being quite strong. The dual tri-strike, a huge advantage there on top of the crab tank. Of course, April, not able to use it in that last fight to do too much. However, they played a big part in getting some of those initial picks for the members of Wowzers that had pushed up past the overhang and into mid. So strong performance as Inspirational Gameplay continues to have not dropped a game all tournament. They, I believe, are sitting at a 12-0. So it is going to be a tall order for whichever team comes out of the losers bracket side to, 1, take a game off of them, and 2, come through and try and even force a bracket reset. So the rungs of the proverbial ladder getting further and further away each time. But as we look forward to losers finals, which will end up being Wowzers versus Decay. So it looks like number 1 overall seed Sonder losing twice here in the top 4. They lose 2-1. Again, best of 3s in losers to the 3 seed here in this top 4, Decay. So we get a nice rematch from winners round 1, which went all the way. It went to game 5, Fusion.
Yeah, neither team is going to have as much time to adapt, as this is just going to be a best of 3 format. We see Rainmaker Undertow, which we didn't see last time, but TC Hagglefish, we saw something on Hagglefish, if I recall. I apologize. I have the memory of a goldfish at inconvenient times. But either way, I'm kind of expecting Wowzers to go back with that double splash wall comp. But Decay, I'm wondering if they're going to change things up at all, because they've certainly did pretty well against Wowzers, but I'm wondering if that's the comp they always run, or whether or not they're more comfortable with flexing the same way they did before, like with that heavy splatling that we saw on Manta Maria, because I think TC Hagglefish sounds like a perfect place to bring that back out.
Well, your key to success if you're Decay may be Axiom. Normally, team compositions that revolve around those high-risk, high-reward weapons like the Splatoonus and especially the Dark Tetras really need that support of their team. And a lot of the early picks came when Axiom was drawing a lot of attention but was supported in the backlines by one of their teammates. You know, you have Chris on the roster who has shown themselves as that sort of support splash player. And that's somebody that could go in if they have a bit, if they're near the area and can help provide some shots or some pressure. You have Moxie or Junkie on the either Octobrush, or they went one map with the Ink Brush. So we'll see if that actually is what they decide to go for at all in this best of 3. But the Octobrush has sort of been their bread and butter. I think there are lots of nice boxes and high ground situations, and of course the tower for you to zip cast onto. And if I remember correctly, in the last set that these two teams played on this map, they did go with the Octobrush. So likely to see that. And so nice close set again from Decay against Wowzers. There was lots of potential and back and forth between these two teams, so I'm hoping it's as close this time and we get to see some great sets culminating potentially in Clam Blitz on Museum de Alfonsino.
Yeah, I'm curious if we're going to make it there again. Curious. TC Hagglefish is certainly it can be a very snowbally map. I think once you get to that, if you're able to break past that second checkpoint, it can often just be game over. So the splash walls coming out for Wowzers may make a big difference there, but nonetheless, I think this is kind of where Decay probably shines. I feel like their brush player, as well as those ink strikes coming out from the Neo Splash, are going to do a lot of work on tower control, and I think in a way that I feel like it doesn't cling to any other mode quite as well as TC. So I'm wondering if Decay is going to be able to take it.
Yeah, it should be close. And I mean, if you look at Wowzers as a team, they have played such a close game to Decay. I think they've done a really fantastic job of maintaining the same pace of play. I think they've been the more consistent team against the two, where you want to talk about that pendulum effect. Decay has been very strong at swinging something and making the one or two great pushes that they get in their favor. And in taking a look at the weapons here, first of all, not the double splash composition, but more importantly, not only do we see Junkie back on the ink brush, but Johan gonna be on not the heavy, but another wave breaker weapon in that E-liter.
I like it. I'm a fan. I feel like, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of feel like their team composition was kind of like directly countered by those double splash walls, and they're like, okay, no, we found the answer. There's the answer. The answer is the ink brush and that E-liter. We're not even going to challenge your splash walls. We're going to circle around, spam you with those killer whales, and just do a bunch of damage without challenging you in quite the same way as before. That's going to be a very easy first checkpoint at the start here for Decay. They're not going to be able to push it too much further, as multiple members are still getting back into the middle of the map, and that could be a little bit of an awkward situation as they kind of end up jumping back into their teammates' dead ink, but Junkie is going to be able to not quite clean up, finding this second pick, not able to get it, and that's going to be a lot of paint for Wowzers on the field to try and get a push started of their own as they get 2 down.
Yeah, I'm glad you called out the jump, because it's a little random to me. It felt like the team was very aware, and we saw Johan backing off on the E-liter to say, all right, that's as far as I think we want to push it, as we see Axiom go down potentially either to the Booyah Bomb or to the sub-weapon here, that Fizzy Bomb. But Flobio going to try and get some hits there onto the right-hand side. It's going to be Axiom pushing forward and able to take them out, despite that Decay getting a pretty solid lead. And that's exactly the teamwork that I wanted to see there. Chris, who was the person who got taken down as a result of Axiom being there in enemy ink earlier in the engagement on the Decay side of the map. To my earlier point, I think they kind of had differing opinions of what they wanted to do, as Axiom is so far in their spawn right now. Oh my absolute goodness. They not only do that, they get the pick on the Bingo. They're looking for one on Amichiru, who just has the range to shut them down. But regardless, Fusion, a 3-down situation, and Wowzers once again looking like the more consistently strong team.
Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, this is Decay pushing right now. Decay is able to move into their base,
Yes.
get 3 down. Axiom was able to stall for so long, letting the rest of Decay move in. Now Johan's on this final checkpoint, trying to get those extra points on the board. Not able to challenge that machine, though, but that's a big push going all the way to that final checkpoint. The tower's got a long road back, and Decay finally has a big lead to rest on. They're going to have a little bit more time to kind of slow down, paint up mid, and just stop Wowzers from a potentially big push, and that doesn't seem to be what's happening here. It feels like they're still kind of just trying to play super aggressive with those Tetras and that ink brush, and unless they're able to kind of slow it down to get those specials online, it could just snowball. Bingo looking for some more, moving up aggressively, but they're going to get caught up by the ink brush, and Junkie is going to kill all of that momentum that Wowzers had.
Yeah, just a 52 left around here for Wowzers, as they're going to be spotted out rather quickly under what would have been one of the first checkpoints here. Junkie going to try and stay alive as long as they can. They're being spotted out, though, and Michiru, with, as we've talked about, the exceptional range of the Squeezer. They'll fall, of course, that range beat out by an E-leader who takes them out on that left-hand side alley. We see Apple falling, as well as Axiom, Chris hanging out in the backline. Instead, you know, it's so nice to have that supportive player who not only is willing to farm that special, but will stick with anyone that's being pressured. It's almost like peeling for your team in those pressure situations, and it's so nice to have with not just the main weapon, but of course, whatever special weapon you possess as well. However, once again, not going to be able to contend with Michiru, as Wowzers in the final minute 10 here, trying to use the pick that they got there on the Neo Splash, and the Splash Wall protecting them to try and get forward here and make it to that second checkpoint.
Yeah, looks like Wowzers is going to try and move up as they try and truck this ledge with Machine. The tower's going to move up, but until they get to the final checkpoint, that's not going to be the lead, so Decay has room to work with. They're not going to need to rush the tower at the checkpoint. No need to get on it and stop it immediately. Junkie trying to kill the members in the corner. They're able to find one. The jump is coming back in, and Wowzers still has their team online here. One member in the top right goes down, and this now a 2v4 situation finds them in an awkward spot. Flavio is going to need to get a lot of work done if they're going to let their team get back in with only 30 seconds on the clock remaining.
So it's going to be the tri-strike on the tower. It's going to be Michiru hopping on to make sure that they can continue to push. And their team, in the meantime, doing some work, getting a couple of picks, including on the Ink Brush, who is going to be one of the more annoying flankers to have to deal with. Johan there still trying to get an angle in the backline, but they will fall as well. And it's going to be Flobio over with the Booyah Bomb to make sure that they have enough ink to stay there. The second checkpoint is fully cleared, so they need to get on the tower if they want to preserve this lead. But there's 3 members on. One goes down. Is anyone else going to continue to get there? Looks like a charger shot might have got one, but it's not enough. And that is going to be the lead, as Decay, who had a strong start and was able to hold out through much of that game, not able to maintain that same level of defense in overtime. And as a result, Wowzers going to come back in that one and take game 2 to go up 2-0 and win the set.
That was game 1.
Oh, it was game 1, my bad. I saw the map and I looked directly at Undertow Spillway and I was like, oh my gosh. So thankfully for Decay, they have another shot. But again,
Yes, they do.
This is sort of what we predicted. This was, you know, the last set going 3-2. And then this one, you know, we're in that best of 3. It was all the way to overtime. We are, you know, it's Undertow Spillway, so anything could really happen. But we may end up going back to an overtime type situation. It certainly happened before on this map fusion.
Yeah, I mean, that last game was really won by Wowzers getting up into the top right and just being able to stay there, be a beacon for your team, able to get back in, give your teammates jumps, and that's kind of something that could be very valuable here on Undertow. Wowzers has certainly been kind of very resilient in terms of how they've been pushing and staying alive. Decay needs to be careful about, you know, those trickle-in situations when they're on defense with the clock ticking down, and that's kind of what Rainmaker is all about. So it's going to be certainly a challenge for them, but I think that the say Jet Squelcher with Toxic Mist is going to get a lot more mileage here than it would have on Tower Control.
Yeah, and thinking about sort of backline and anchor players on a map like this one, with Rainmaker, you have lots of movement back and forth, so you can't really focus all of your attention on the middle of the map. The middle of the map is only loosely defined here because it's just 2 adjacent hallways separated by a little lip. So you have those sort of glass overhangs that you can use to peek out, but more likely the anchor carriers are going to be busy actually running the Rainmaker, whether they are on one of those anchor weapons or if they are on the Splash, for example, with a player like April. So taking a look at, what might happen in this map, teams team to split between both halves in terms of which one they want to get the checkpoint on. The right side is a little bit quicker, but the left side is ultimately, I think, where you want that push to go through. Johan will be going over to the C-Jet. We've talked about how the Inkstorm is a strong counter to Rainmaker pushes, making it more difficult to clamber atop that pedestal. Junkie going to be staying as well on the Ink Brush. And on the opposite side of things, still no double splash as we see the return of the Squeezer, of course, and the 52 to make sure that they have that double splash wall comp online.
Yeah, I mean, Decay seems to be running the Ink Brush over the Octobrush. Perhaps that has something to do with Octobrush maybe more easily being kind of like trapped in ink and getting caught out by something like the Machine. And you can see that double teaming coming out from Decay here. They've been doing a much better job at playing together this set than in the previous one. And that's going to let them move that Rainmaker forward, trying to move it up on that left side. But Apple, yet again, a thorn in their side, gets 3 picks and is going to shut down that push single-handedly and give Wowzers a big opportunity to move here.
Yeah, still pretty split in mid as well, and so the Rainmaker is going to be picked up, not quite actually getting the lead, just barely missing out on it, but with 2 picks, that's going to be the lead, and then some. Nice Booyah Bomb in front there by Flobio to be able to allow Bingo to plant before the Tri-Strike comes out. They're going to get another 2 picks, including on the C-Jet, so not only are they going to have to deal with the rain, now with 3 additional ones, the C-Jet is the only one they have to worry about. They have the paint on the pedestal, and with a splash wall in front of them, Bingo will plant. So now it's a 2-0 and a win for Wowzers in what does end up being, across both sets, the most emphatic and quick game we've seen between these two teams.
I rolled a title from the Gacha machine the other day, and it was Here and There Wall. And that's kind of how I feel about this set. Wowzers was just able to place their splash walls very well and shut down a lot of what had been Decay's bread and butter, which was the aggressive pressure coming out from the Tetra and the Brush. Without being able to get that mileage on their own, they're having to rely on those specials to get back in, and they had a hard time really doing that. Overall, it felt like Wowzers was just able to... They were playing very stable a lot, and it felt like they were able to use their kits despite being like not maybe quote unquote like optimal for the situation. They use their walls well. Splash walls are very flexible, and all the weapons they're playing are very strong, I guess, individual weapons as well. Each one of them can make flexible kind of hero plays, and we saw a lot of that. But they're going to need to make some extra big hero plays because they're up against their nemesis Inspirational gameplay.
Yeah, we mentioned 12-0 on the tournament, winning each of their sets 3-0, getting a bye in round 1, as you can see on your screen now, before taking out K-Bot's Kids, TatsuGAYri, and then going up against Sonder in the first round of winners. Of course, we saw the 3-0 against Wowzers originally in the winners finals. We now move to grand finals after Wowzers dispatched Decay somewhat quickly here to return to this spot. A little less close, especially in that game 2, than we saw from the same matchup in round 1. But we're seeing yet another similar head-to-head here. Unfortunately, didn't get to see Sonder today, but lots to think about here as Wowzers taking some positive momentum into this set. You have some good wins there. You have some good plays that were made. I loved what they did there on Undertow. It was all sort of by the book, and that's kind of how you need to play in order to be consistent as a team and be consistently good. You love the placement of the Booyah Bomb in front to make sure that any incoming fire is sort of eaten up by it. You love having your teammates escort your Rainmaker carrier and your objective player to sort of help paint and take some of the pressure off you. We saw some very interesting picks in that last game. We saw things like the E-Leader come out. We saw some fun stuff like the C-Jet, which has been, again, still relatively common, but for the point that you bring up, Fusion, about even if something is not necessarily meta, it can still certainly work in map mode situations or in certain instances. That wall being placed at the very edge of the final checkpoint there is a great example of the creativity that you can have on certain maps with certain weapons.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like there's something to be said also for the kind of just like bread and butter, rinse and repeat things or style that we've been seeing out of inspirational gameplay. We can see that they're using their Kraken not as a panic button, but basically as just something that needs to be answered. When a Kraken comes at you, you just can't stand there anymore. That's how it works, right? They're deliberately pushing people into the crab tank and coordinating kind of brilliantly. And Wowzers has a lot to contest with that, and that isn't something that you can just beat with sub weapons on their own, especially like the splash wall. So they're going to need to do a lot of work, especially with things like the Inkzuka, which that squeezer is rocking, and could get a lot of mileage against April's Crab as well as Moldy Panda's Charger.
And taking a look at the maps that we're going to be starting out on, we have Splat Zones on a Hagglefish Market, so kind of the final destination, a map and mode combination, as it were, very neutral. Splat Zones being considered one of the more balanced or neutral game modes. Moving on to a very common and especially in high-level tournament gameplay, favored map mode combination next with TC Inkblot Art Academy. And then we return to Rainmaker Undertow for Game 3. So maybe could see that magic return itself and revitalize Wowzers if they are in need of it, whether it is something that could close out a set for either team or if they're using it to establish a lead after trading out games 1 and 2. That's a game that, if done correctly for Wowzers, could be a real turning point for the set. And then if needed, Clam on Scorch Gorge, and we would finish, if necessary, with Splat Zone's Umami. So one of the newer maps in Splatoon 3, and a quite interesting one is that, again, has that sort of raised obstacle in the middle of it that breaks apart some of the consistent painting across the entire zone that a lot of teams and weapons like to do.
Yeah, certainly. This is a difficult map to just get in on your own, but I think something like those splash walls can get a lot of work done, get through the zone, and really, what it's going to come down to is whether or not teams are going to be able to lock each other out. That's the big deal on this map. Getting through the zone's one thing. Being able to just hold your ground and stop the onslaught of specials from the other side is the other. But we're going to talk about the elephant in the room, or April's Hydra in the room. I'm a little bit curious. I mean, April is a backliner from Splatoon 2 and this game as well. So I think the Hydra is certainly a weapon that they picked. This is an interesting pick coming out here on zones. We see this is heavy Splatling Central, but the Hydra is going to be coming out this time. That Booyah Bomb could certainly help her hold her ground, but Wowzers is going to be able to grab back that zone. And I think this is kind of going to be a very back and forth battle of attrition from both sides. Neither team has super strong ways to lock each other out right now, but that could all change in an instant.
Yeah, if I was seeing the user correctly in the Twitch chat, their username is actually April_Hydra. So by that logic, I'm surprised we didn't see it come out sooner. But to more normalized logic, I think you're correct in saying that the heavy is much more the play oftentimes on this map because of the nooks that the wave breaker can be placed in. Ballpoint has also been quite a popular splatling because of its offensive capabilities and aggression capabilities. Nice flip of the zone back over to Inspirational Gameplay, who will likely take the lead here despite losing 2, as the members of Wowzers are both charging up their specials. We're going to see the Tri-Strike come out. It's going to be dodged by the Crab Tank. One of the major counters, of course, having just that Crab Tank be beset upon by so many subs and specials that they have to stay in ball form and can't really get that spun-up shot going. And after that lead takeover, it will be Wowzers getting the zone back, but a quick turnover as multiple specials now coming out from IG, including the Tri-Zuka, now the Counter-Zuka as well, and the Tri-Strike from Moldy Panda, who's done a good job of sitting back, and as many Anchor players have been wont to do in this meta, hold it down for their gameplay. Their team member getting 2 picks there to help with the full wipeout and get the zone back for Wowzers.
Yeah, this is the cleanest wipe we've seen so far. Here comes the hold. We have Crab Tank online, soon to be a couple other specials, and the Crab is going to come out from Wowzers there as they try and get back in. April tosses that Booyah Bomb to try and shut it down. That's going to give way for the Crab Tank to continue to hold the zone, but those specials aren't going to find too many picks. It's now a 3v2 situation in the zone. Wowzers is going to have that paint. They're going to grab back that zone, and they're going to have a opportunity here as they find themselves in yet another neutral state of the zone, but with a few more penalty points on their in their pocket.
Yeah, everybody alive and no specials online right now, and that must be a caster curse, because I say everyone alive and 3 members of IG instantly drop dead. Not just that, the 4th one's going to follow as well, so that's a full wipeout here as Wowzers looking to capitalize on their lead. A reminder, folks, this would be the first game that Inspirational Gameplay has dropped all day here. Taking a look at the gameplay here. It looks like, Inspirational Gameplay on the green, so they would be in the lead, so pushing forward here, it's going to be 1 trying to move up the ramp, 2 down on each side. Flowblow going to try and get the pick there with the machine, and they will, but do they have enough pressure on the zone? It looks like it's being split 50-50, but with Michiru going down, not enough time. And Inspirational Gameplay going to win out on this one in game 1. Strong start yet again from a team that has been nothing but consistently good this entire journey through Proving Grounds 12.
Yeah, even shaking things up. April wants a turn on the back line, and Multipanda switches to that splash. April and that Hydra able to lock things down, and it's kind of an interesting, similar dynamic. Definitely a lot less paint, and not what you typically see on splat zones, but ends up working out for IG as we move into Tower Control Inkblot. I think a more natural place where we might see Hydra. And I'm curious now if IG is going to be rocking with that the rest of the set, because we hadn't seen April being the backline of the team in the previous sets.
Well, interesting to think about a Hydra on TC Inkblot Art Academy. On the one hand, you know, the overlook here, you can pretty easily reach, relatively speaking for backline weapons, you can reach the opposing flat pretty easily, especially with a Hydra. It's just about getting spun up. You have those boxes that provide you with the nice cover to allow you to do that. The Booyah Bomb, of course, great for those checkpoints to make sure that if anybody's on the tower and you need to get them off, you can get over to the back part of that overhang, sort of behind where the art installation is in the center of that court area, and throw it. So really some great ways to support your team from pretty far away and to still make an impact here, because it's kind of a condensed map, especially in relation to what we just played on Hagglefish. But the counter to that is that the flankers and anybody with their special are going to be able to reach you more easily. So if you haven't spun up and if you haven't been able to get those charges off on the Hydra and build up that Booyah Bomb, you may just be doing not a lot the whole game, and that presence is so important to make sure, whether you're riding the tower or not, that the enemy team can't press forward without dealing with you first.
Yeah, we see that ballpoint coming out now. Very interesting. Yet another good pick, but it seems like IG is kind of flexing around, trying a bunch of different things. Ballpoint has been very popular recently, as well as a backline pick. So April is going to be rocking that, and that's going to just kind of be a constant presence for their team, able to help them get back in. Apple just kind of doing a little bit of shaking. A little bit of shaking. They're shaking a bit. They're gonna T-pose and fly into the sky. Yep. There we go. Yep.
So yeah, smart to end the gameplay early. I think with that being still in the first minute of gameplay and with the objective not moving an inch, they will likely have a replay of that same game. Sort of expected that to come through as Fusion was mentioning. Apple just kind of sitting there shaking. But, you know, we can talk about the compositions. The compositions are going to have to stay the same in the redo here. So interesting to see two, what I guess would be considered more supportive weapons come out in the Neo Splash and the Tri-Nouveau. I think the Nouveau definitely has the opportunity with that main weapon of being aggressive, whether you want them to be sort of your cleanup weapon or if you want them to come through with you and skirmish a little bit. But those Tacticoolers are really going to allow their aggressive weapons to shine here. If they want to use, you know, sort of like a Vanilla Splash here as their engagement tool, they can certainly do that. But you are marked, of course. You do have the arrows next to your body when you have that buff, so you have to be very careful. That's also going to help with coming back if you're expecting a lot of heavy firefights where both teams are losing members quite quickly. With that Tacticooler buff, you're going to be respawning a lot quicker, and with that special charge intact. So if that's their strategy, and of course they're not going to have the 96 deck over this one, so they're not going to have quite the same strategy as before, but and definitely still the opportunity to buff, literally, your couple of other strong members that want to go in and slay out, while your Neo Splash can also sort of assist with the skirmishing side of things and help keep things painted, whether directly on the tower or coming back from spawn and getting back into mid.
Yeah, and the Inkjet from the ballpoint has been buffed and is very strong when pushing, especially when attacking the bats. That's something a lot of backlines are not really able to do. So having something that's kind of able to take the aggression is very useful. If Wowzers is going to take this game, they're kind of just going to need to stuff out some of the aggressive pressure because we've been seeing. Let me see. There's that Tri-Slosher from Nick. Did they have a regular splash as well? I can't recall from IG.
I believe they did. I'm working off the assumption that their fourth was that regular splash.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty important to kind of shut down those crabs immediately because I think unless you do that, they're going to be able to hold their ground extremely well. The ballpoint, of course, is going to act as like that mobile beacon, but that's a much more difficult pick to take, and I think with those splash walls, Wowzers should be able to kind of just lock down their bats and, more importantly, just stop people from taking that rail to get up there. It's such an important spot. If a crab gets into your bats and they're able to press the button before you get there, it's like plus 20 points, plus 30 points on the board. So being able to just guard that with your life is very important.
Yeah, having an ink rail on the map is almost like having a permanent unmoving zipcaster in a way that everybody can use as long as it's controlled by your color of ink. So it is a very common entry tool to get in behind to where a lot of the members are respawning, because a lot don't go just straight sort of down where that uninkable ramp is. They sort of go off to the right. They filter out and make sure that they can get over to that right-hand side overhang where the ink rail deposits itself for whoever is using it, whichever team. And with that first checkpoint being so close to mid and against, basically sandwiched in between two blockades or two walls, if they've made it past that point, you're essentially on the defense. If you're a close range weapon, you're either down in that court area trying to defend it manually, or if you have a special up or have that range, you're sitting up in the back area where those flanks would happen. So now that we've got a remake here, let's take a look at the compositions. We were right, 1, 2, 3 is on at that vanilla splash, rounding out the rest of the team. And on the opposite side of things, just the one vanilla splash again, that being held by Bingo. And we're going to see essentially the composition that Wowzers has preferred, including Apple staying on the 52 gal to use those killer whales to their advantage.
Yeah, we'll see if those killer whales are really going to be able to do too much. It looks like Inspirational gameplay is going to be starting off pretty defensively here on their plat. They crab in that left corner. Now they're stuck over there. The crab tank is going to come out, but the rail is going to be the saving grace. But that's 3 down. Wowzers with a very big start here. They're going to move that tower up to the first checkpoint, but they're unable to get onto the enemy plat without. They're just unable to get up onto the enemy plat without taking too many members of IG out.
Michiru just ending off that Trizuka, and you can see Flobia was just about where that rail would lead off to, and as you noted, Fusion, the crab setting up on top of that overhang. Michiru will fall there, and it's going to be Bingo helping to try and keep this push alive. Flobia is going to come back in, and we'll see if they can do anything else as a result here. But for now, Flobia, who already used their Booyah Bomb, is getting more than halfway to another one. This push stays alive, and they just have that final checkpoint to go through, Fusion.
Yeah, I mean, Wowzers just did such a good job holding down their bats. They were able to move that tower forward. Finally, the strikes come out. Flubia is going to have to back up in this situation. The final checkpoint is not going to go their way just yet, but they're staying alive in this situation. April is stuck over on that left, but they're going to double team Bingo up there, and that's finally going to push members of Wowzers out, but it's not over yet. They're still finally trying to clear out members of Wowzers, but oh my goodness, this scrap is just going back and forth both ways, and now it's IG having a very difficult time trying to clear out Wowzers. 3 down yet again. Here they come once more.
In theory, if you're Wowzers, you want that to happen because you've been having trouble closing out these games. If you can get the picks and keep some semblance of pressure on, then that is going to be a benefit for you. But unfortunately, they just cannot capitalize here any more than they already have been. Bingo's going to go down. Apple going to try and push forward here and try to get a pick there onto Moldy Panda. This has been some of the best that they've looked thus far, but they lose out 3 of their members, so it's just going to be Michiru who's hanging out there in mid. Jumps back. Once again, they really favor that special and pushing with their team, trying to retain all of what they've built up toward that Trizuka. And now, finally, April going to get on the tower here as we are past the halfway mark. They have 3 of their 4 specials. Now they get April's Inkjet online, so this is going to be a substantial push. Michiru trying to end it early, potentially, with the Inkjet. Doesn't look like they get any picks. They'll trade out the Tri-Strike as a result as they get to the first checkpoint, and here comes the Crab from 1, 2, 3. It just barely dodges out of the way of what looked like that Booyah Bomb. However, a full wipeout and a strong defense from Wowzers, who really needed to secure an absolute onslaught there from IG.
Yeah, we saw Michiru being able to get behind the tower, and that's what really shut down that push. They didn't even lose the first checkpoint there. That's an absolutely massive feat, especially since that's going to give you time, even if you full wipe, to, you know, kind of maintain control in your bats. But now, with a pretty neutral situation in mid, the tower is going to continue rolling forward. We can see it sneaking into Inspirational Gameplay's base there, yeah, and they're still going to just continue their push. Now, just that one more checkpoint remaining, stopping them from getting a full knockout here. And this feels like a completely different Wowzers and a completely different IG. It feels like IG is a bit unsure how to completely clear things out, but they're doing a better job of that right now, as 1, 2, 3 on that Splash-O-Matic gets a few much needed picks and is beginning to clear off their plat.
Well, but consistency remains such a huge factor, and one thing that Inspirational Gameplay consistently does well is build up their special by getting control back of mid. They're so good about not pushing until they have all parts of the equation. April going to be providing big distraction there on that Inkjet. In response, the Killer Whale going to come out. We also have the Tactical. We'll see who can pick it up. It looks like it actually gets destroyed there by the path of the tower, so just Moldy Panda, from what I can see, holding on to it now. The Booyah Bomb going to force an evacuation on the tower as Nick not able to get away. Moldy Panda going to try and keep it going here. They just it looks like almost make it past that checkpoint, and with the jump in from Nick, that is absolutely clutch to make sure they don't have to do that again. As we're in the final 15 seconds, it looks like they may wait for their Vanilla Splash to come back and then try to make it happen here in OT.
Yeah, now with overtime nearly online, Wowzers has that lead, so Inspirational Gameplay is the one that's going to need to make a move right now, but they're not able to do so. And Wowzers does manage to get themselves on the board for the first time in 2 sets and put a little bit of pressure back on IG, who may have been getting a little bit experimental with their team compositions.
And now, finally, we can say here that the first loss has come through. It took a little bit here for Inspirational Gameplay to drop a game, but it has finally happened. And as you noted, Fusion, some pretty drastic compositional changes coming through in our second map mode combination. And now, the point we talked about earlier, this was the map and mode combination that Wowzers won against Decay in the previous set to secure victory 2-0 there. So are they able to replicate that success? And more importantly, they're carrying momentum forward from taking off a game from Inspirational Gameplay for the first time here. So I definitely wonder what this game will look like. I definitely think Wowzer sticks with a lot of what's been successful for them. Of course, the same composition that won them this game last set, but Inspirational Gameplay may decide to return back to what had made them successful throughout the rest of this tournament. April, we may see again on a different Splatling. I think this is also a map that we see the Wave Breakers come out on, so heavy Splatling, because it can sort of be tucked behind those large support beams, as it were. But I'm interested to see what else comes out. I'm interested if we still see a sort of dual one of each flavor, per se, of the Splash-O-Matic. And to answer our question, let's see what we've got. It's the return of the Sea-Jet from Moldy Panda. We do indeed have the 96 Galdeco come back for that Kraken pressure. And instead of the Neo Splash, they're going to go the more aggressive option as Nick hops on to the 10 attack. And on the opposite side of things, not many changes here. Still going to have the Squeezer and the 52 to boot.
Yeah, I mean, while the compositions they're running are perfectly fine, changing roles in between games is a very difficult thing to do. It's very difficult to say, okay, I'm the back line. Okay, now I'm going to play like front line and you're the back line. It's just so difficult to change your roles without any sort of like transition period. So they're going to be sticking with what they've been running the rest of the tournament, it seems like, now with Multipanda on that Jet Squelcher. IG is going to be looking to get that push started on the left side as they already clear out one member, but Apple seems to be slowing their momentum. That's going to be the only person between them and the checkpoint as April tries to skirmish her way over into that left side, but Apple is going to come out on top and stop that push in its tracks.
So the Rainmaker once again sitting just in front of the pedestal here as the splash will fall on the side of Wowzers. Inspirational Gameplay trying to get back into the mix as they retain control of mid. No specials online at the moment for them, but they're getting the picks regardless. They get the sloshing machine, but will lose out on the Tenatech as a result. Now finally Wowzers gonna pop the Rainmaker and likely just defend it here until it resets back to mid. That is gonna take some time off the clock, but with the Rainmaker not yet getting to that first checkpoint, I don't think they're incredibly bothered here. Moldy Panda trying to find somebody they can chunk down. Bingo was over there. They're going to get distracted a bit by Flopio and decide instead to save themselves with throwing out that the Inkstorm first before taking down Bingo. They will go down as well to a nice place to try Zuka's shot from Michiru. So for all intents and purposes, not much movement here from the Rainmaker as the Kraken is going to come out. Michiru just barely avoiding that. Can they get up the wall? And no, it's a nice double here against Michiru and Bingo. And that's why the wipeout is going to come out and 96 gal returned here for IG.
Yeah, that 96 cal, the Kraken has just been such a consistent pressure on like off angles, and that's been just working for them so well throughout the tournament. Why change it now, you know? But now a 3-down situation on both sides, that's very strange. And Multipanda finds themselves as the only one alive. They're going to run for that checkpoint, or rather just for a push, but they're not going to be able to make it on their own. So that's going to lead to Wowzers being able to clean up a bit of their side and perhaps get a little bit more control. But now they've had a lot of trouble getting into mid this game. They have not gotten past mid or even touched the Rainmaker so far, but this could be an opportunity that is 2 down on the side of IG.
Yeah, already the success and the journey a little bit less here, and it's going to take a bit longer here for Wowzers, who's trying to capitalize on their first win in the last game to get a second one. They're going to finally move the Rainmaker for the first time. They'll get just to 85 as IG had the Kraken at the ready and more to take 3 members down. There's going to be a couple more going as Flowblio will fall as well. And this 96 has been so crucial and instrumental to their success. And more importantly than that, it can put up with the range that Michiru is able to pump out on that squeezer. And IG making use of the time. They get wiped out, but they send the Rainmaker all the way back to where that other checkpoint was. And they're going to have to scramble if they don't want the same thing to happen to them.
Yeah, I mean, getting a full wipe on this map is certainly very dangerous. Michiru trying to move in, but that Toxic Miss is going to buy IG a bit of extra time. That's going to be key in order to stop this push. Michiru has been stuck in this corner for so long. They're the last one alive now, and IG did a very good job kind of taking their time and kind of systematically picking that push apart, and that's going to keep them in the lead here. They're going to try and keep that Rainmaker as far to the left as they can. That's the farthest from their base. Pushing it works out for them. So now that Crab's going to lead the way for the Rainmaker to move forward. It feels like most of Wowzers is out of position. It's just Michiru on the left, but Michiru is going to be enough to stop that Rainmaker. 2 down on the side of IG. That's going to be a 3rd down, and okay. Trades finally do come out, and things are looking a little bit more even.
Yeah, and what have we said about the consistency here? Inspirational Gameplay, despite these even numbers here in these trades, have been able to hold on to mid, and they know exactly when to back out and make the most use out of the maximum range of each of their weapons. And you can see the shorter range players were grouped up there for a bit. The T-Tech will go down as they take essentially a 2v1 or 2v2 against the 52, and it'll result in a 3v3 here in the final 10 seconds here. But Wowzers starting to lose some numbers. They jump in, but Bingo is in a tough straight as they will go down as well to Moldy Panda, and nobody from Wowzers able to pick up the Rainmaker. They had the threatening Kraken Royale staring them in the face just in case they tried anything funny. And Inspirational Gameplay will learn from their mistakes and come back here in Game 3 to take the lead in the set 2-1 and come one game away from being the victors of Proving Grounds 12.
Yeah, only one more game stands in their path at this point, and it's going to be Clamblitz on Scorch Gorge. Yeah, this one was in the previous set, and Inspirational Gameplay, I believe, knocked it out pretty handily. Unless I'm completely misremembering and it was a different. You know what? I'm not even gonna bother. But it's gonna be an uphill battle for Wowzers here, as it feels like Inspirational Gameplay has kind of gotten their rhythm back. But I am wondering what they're going to pull out here, because I feel that this may be a more natural map for that Splatling if April does decide to go back to it again here.
Yeah, Clamblitz Scorch Gorge, I think, last seen in Game 3 of Winners Finals, and now making its return here in the Grand Final. So something that Inspirational Gameplay and Wowzers familiar with, as it were, from making it to, the upper echelons of this tournament here. So very interesting map. Again, kind of hectic at times. You're doing this almost ring around the rosy dance around the obstacle in mid. Some players trying to hide behind maybe the boxes next to the grating, or potentially on the grating itself. Moldy Panda has been one of those ones that, while not particularly sitting on the grates or on the obstacle in mid, likes to sort of be just on the overhang to look for any picks that they can get. And I always like to remind people that Clamblitz feels like such a team effort a lot of times, because you have to stack up, you have to coordinate your specials for the push, you have to get picks at the right time, you have to have somebody dedicated to going to find other clams, and unfortunately we're going to be delayed on this one, as we do get a communication error. Maybe best that happened before the game even started. Not even sure from whom the communication error originated. So on the back of that, we will reset and get the lobby set up once more for Game 4.
Well, that's an unfortunate DC. We are going to have to wait for the lobby to be remade here before we hop into Clamblitz on Scorch Gorge. We didn't get to see the comps at all. We kind of faded away just before we were able to see that here. So I do wonder whether or not teams are going to shake things up at all.
Yeah, I think for Wowzers, probably, we've seen such a consistent lineup from them to this point that I don't think we're going to see maybe too many changes here. And Inspirational Gameplay, they feel like they have a lot sort of in their back pocket. So we'll see if they end up going with anything. I think their backliner has been somewhat consistent on the Z plus F Splat Charger or Splatter Scope in Moldy Panda, although, certainly other options being out there like the C-Jet, which when you have these ramps that sort of lead up to your primary objective, it almost is the same as a Rainmaker checkpoint. It serves the same purpose, so it could certainly work out here. In terms of the rest of it, we've seen a little bit of everything. We've seen the double tri-strike come out. We've seen the mix of the Neo Splash and the Vanilla Splash. So lots of options. The 96 Gal Deco has been a major threat with Inspirational Gameplay against Wowzers, and with the paths, same thing with the Inkstorm. Really, the paths are so well defined and you kind of have to traverse it. There's really not many other options unless you can somehow get on top of the obstacle, walk across the grating, and then come in to the right hand side, which is so rare because of how difficult it is to pull off without getting into an absolute firefight. I think that ramp is probably your best hope. So maybe if you're playing that 96, you just stick with that Kraken. If you're more on the defensive side or in the neutral game, to stop any push from really matriculating. But if you're using it offensively, that is a fantastic entry tool. It forces them to scramble. It really, it makes them wonder if they're safe or not in terms of wherever they're sharking or hiding around. And it's not quite the same as, the folks who are able to sit right behind someone who's popping a Booyah Bomb or a Crab and waiting for them to get out of it so that they can just take them out. It's a little more difficult just because of how mobile the Kraken is while it's zooming around trying to get picks.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to have that disruption is very valuable And especially on Clam Blitz, having that way to get in and potentially have a super jump is useful as well. We do see that bread and butter coming out for IG. They're going to be rocking that same stuff on both sides. That's
We
two
returned to the
vanilla
vanilla
splashes.
splash, yeah.
That's not a Neo splash anymore. That's two vanilla splashes. So, damn, their entire team is very good at holding their ground with those crab tanks and splash walls. But the problem, or the question is going to be whether they're going to be able to get in. April on this crab tank, trying to single out the other crab tank, able to get that pick on Bingo. And that's going to be a huge boon for IG to try and take this early fight and mid as crabs come out on both sides, but IG is still going to maintain that advantage.
Yeah, Bingo seemingly with blinders on, so focused on that separate fight that they weren't able to react in time to April just mowing them down with their own crabs. So that's going to provide a decent opening here for Inspirational Gameplay, who does lose their Tenatech player. So now the map control going to shift a little bit in Wowzers' favor. We can see Apple down there both popping the Killer Whale and sitting behind that splash wall as Flopio able to provide additional pressure up top. And we talked about the walkway here. Flopio making it work. They get the pick there on the 1-2-3, not quite having enough time nor range to get to Moldy Panda, but that is going to be the first pop of the objective, going over to a Wowzers team that doesn't look like they have the follow-up, but for now, we'll take the lead.
Yeah, Wowzer is going to get that early power clam in, but going multiple members down is going to open the door for IG to move in. They do end up moving in. April has that power clam online. They're able to dunk it. Here comes some extra clams. There goes that lead. Moldy Panda has a whole mother load of clams in his back pocket, and that is going to give IG a pretty big lead here. Not the greatest lead in the world, and they themselves do end up going 3 down. So Wowzers has an opportunity to do the exact same thing and move into that enemy base.
Yeah, you look even at how much both teams have painted their respective sides of the map, and you can tell that they're not too bothered with it. They're not really, their comps aren't too keen on sitting back and using those areas to farm up their special. They're much more keen on getting into mid as quickly as possible and locking the area down. The crab comes out. We see, I think, the Tri-Strike going out there in the past as well. Moldy Panda just trying to duck out of the shots from those Trizukas, as well as the thrown burst bomb there from Flopio, as Nick is going to assist them here. It's going to be a pincer maneuver that will assist in them getting a 3-down situation, and now the splash wall, one of the only defenses remaining for Wowzers, as yet another push going to come out for IG. Nick able to jump in with this power clam and get the lead down their numbers from 35 to 15. They'll lose 2 members, but they still have the Kraken. It's going to be the pick on Fliobo even before the Kraken comes out, looking for something there, and they're just going to let him sit on it as Moldy Panda gets 2 out of the 3 clams remaining. The last one is going to come through, and Inspirational Gameplay is going to round things out for both the set and the tournament here in Game 4 on Scorched Gorge, and they will take it in Proving Grounds 12.
Yeah, finally being able to kind of break through, get those clams. They tried out a couple of team compositions along the way, but they're able to, really make it work with that 96 scal, able to get that consistent disruption, seemed to be valuable for them. The 96 scal coming in with that Kraken was able to really open the door for the rest of the team to just get in, move in behind it, and it felt like Wowzers just did not have any answer for that. It felt like once that 96 scal came in, it was just kind of a question of how bad the damage would be, and not so much of whether or not it would do damage.
Yeah, the only time Inspirational Gameplay dropping a game during the set was when it looked like they deviated not just from their weapons, but even arguably from their roles over on, I think, Inkblot Art Academy. So they come back, they fire on all cylinders once again. They say, all right, we've had our fun, time to get back to it and grind out the victory. And that holds true as they take the set in 4 here. Wowzers putting up a decent fight and certainly had some good moments. I think Michiru on that squeezer looked fantastic and got some kills at range that ended up being great starting points. Flopio as well, skirmishing in the back lines of Inspirational Gameplay and causing a good bit of distraction. But overall, a solid tournament from Inspirational Gameplay, coming in as the number 4 seed and winning overall. A fantastic job by these teams, and as mentioned in the announcement here, this will be the last Proving Grounds for a few weeks due to some other things happening. There is Low Tide City coming up next weekend, so for those of you in the area of Round Rock, Texas, there at the Kalahari, if you haven't already registered. Your time is definitely winding down as a competitor. I think you have just a couple hours left to do so. Spectator passes, I think, will continue to hopefully be available, but definitely some interesting times ahead. One of the larger Splatoon lands, Splatoon 3 in particular, that we've had thus far. And Fusion, there's certainly going to be some fantastic gameplay and, of course, commentary at that tournament.
Yeah, LTC is going to be an absolute blast. I'm definitely going. I highly recommend it. It's going to be, Round Rock, Texas. It's like 200 plus, I think, Splatoon attendees. It's a great opportunity to meet the community and just hang out with some very awesome and very friendly people. Are you going as well, Zach?
I had planned to. I am celebrating multiple birthdays that weekend, but I will literally be, I think, an hour to an hour and a half away. So if just for a night, there is potentially a chance that I just show up out of the blue.
Heck yeah.
Round Rock being about 25-30 minutes north of Austin, for those of you who have not heard of it, and quite a pretty nice place. It's nice as a Kalahari because the area around it feels more fleshed out than some of the other Kalaharis, so it's not like you're stranded sort of off a random highway exit. It's more like hey, if we want to go out and do something more than what's at the Kalahari, which it's a huge venue, don't get me wrong. It is grandiose in both having the indoor-outdoor water park and tons of restaurants and arcades and blah, 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 but if you want to go do something else, I know some folks want to do some karaoke and some folks want to do try some different restaurants and such. Lots and lots to do, and you're so close to another major city there in Austin. There you see the graphic on the screen. Low Tide City. You can see the link you need to go to as well if you want to register and if not already, or make adjustments to your registration. That's start.gg/Low Tide City 2023. Fusion, it's been a great tournament. Anything else you want to add before we sign out for this one?
I think that is going to be it. If you're able to go to LTC or tune into that, please do. That will be a great tournament. It has been fun casting with you. Where can people find you, Zach?
Yeah, Fusion, again, thank you so much. It's been an absolute honor and a blast. I wish I could have praised you more. I know I got that one in on you in the very beginning and just was not able to get more. So
you're amazing. You are the best. It's an honor for me to commentate with you.
No, but I mean, and for socials, I try to keep it simple. I'm on Twitter occasionally at ShinyHunterZach. I don't really have much else that I'm actively using at the moment. I know you, Fusion, also have a Twitter account that they can follow. So I think is it 8-Bit Fusion?
8-Bit Fusion _.
Somebody
sadly
I
they nicked it before me.
Under you.
But yeah, it was a great tournament. Congrats to Inspirational gameplay.
Yep, and that'll do it for us here. Proving Grounds 12. Good job here to Inspirational gameplay. Congratulations to all the teams that participated. We'll see you again with Proving Grounds in a few weeks. But for now, have a great rest of your night. Enjoy all of the high-level Splatoon coming up, not only this weekend, but at LTC and beyond. And from everyone at IPL Splatoon, we'll catch you next time.
Bye-bye.